Chapter 28:31. Zi Qin did not let the last one go and killed him. After all 5 of them were killed, Zi Qin walked out of the room. Then he waved his sleeves and put away the building. After that, Zi Chen continued forward. In his world, those clones were counting the loot in the 5 people's divine rings. The cause of the previous battle was that rule human skin. Obviously, it was not an ordinary item. This was the Yellow Devil region. There should be other dangers, so Zi Chen moved forward very slowly. Most of the time, Shadowless walked in front. There was no fog here, so his vision was no longer affected. If there was any danger, Shadowless would be able to detect it in advance. Whoosh! Zi Chen's figure suddenly flashed and entered his own world. At this time, several clones were gathered there, looking ahead and clicking their tongues in admiration. Zi Chen walked forward. Those clones disappeared, leaving only the god's clone standing there. He looked up at Zi Chen and said, "Good harvest!" Of course, the harvest was good. In front of Zi Chen's eyes, there were hundreds of black tokens. Among them, there were more than 100 celestial tokens. The rest were god tokens. After knowing that there was a trading place in the depths, Zi Chen did not think that these god tokens were useless. Apart from these black tokens, there were other resources, such as the crude armor that did not look exquisite but had very strong defense. There were also pills useful for level 7 and below, as well as other things that could be exchanged. If they were exchanged for resources, it would be a huge number. Zi Qin, who had originally come here to trade, had actually obtained such a great harvest. This made Zi Qin sigh with emotion. It was still faster to accumulate resources through robbing. Of course, this had its risks. For example, this time, those 5 people were unlucky enough to have met him. If he had the same idea, he might not have encountered any powerful existences. After sorting out these things, Zi Chen's figure reappeared in this world, and then he continued to move forward. Shadowless did not send any messages. Clearly, he had not discovered any danger. Not long after, a voice came, "Zi Chen, look!" Zi Chen walked forward and arrived in front of Shadowless. Shadowless lowered his head and looked at the ground. There was a huge footprint on the ground. The footprint sank 5 inches into the ground, and the grass was bent. "It should be a wild beast," Shadowless said. "It could also be a giant." Zi Chen said, "Logically speaking, such a footprint was not surprising, as there were too many powerful existences on this battlefield. The weakest among them was a level 5 divine general, and some were even stronger than ordinary level 5 divine generals. More importantly, those powerful beings would not normally walk on the ground. Even if they did, they would not leave such deep footprints. Their control of energy had reached the pinnacle, and there was no excess gravity that the earth could bear. There are many more." Shadowless looked into the depths of the forest and saw huge footprints. The forest was dark and gloomy, like a black hole that devoured people. "I'll go take a look." Without waiting for Zi Chen's reply, Shadowless entered the cave. Zi Chen frowned. This place was not as simple as it seemed. 15 minutes later, a loud roar came from the forest. Then the forest shook and a crashing sound came from afar. Ancient trees fell and leaves danced in the air. "Zi Chen, I found something." Shadowless's voice came, and Zi Chen turned into a ray of light and rushed into the forest. The forest was damp, and the leaves emitted a pungent smell of rot. As he went deeper, the footprints were disappearing. Maybe it was because there were too many dried leaves on the ground. The crashing sound was still coming from the ancient trees, and the branches and leaves were constantly breaking. After rushing for more than 10 miles, Zi Chen saw Shadowless. At the same time, he saw a huge creature in front of him. It was about 10 feet tall and had a human form, but the face of a beast. Its hands were as large as millstones, and one of them was holding a beast bone that was about 10 feet long. It was a tall half-beastman. At the foot of the half-beastman was a huge battle beast. The battle beast was already dead, and the fatal wound was on its head. Its brain was almost shattered. The front of the beast bone in his hand was stained with fresh blood. Obviously, the previous footprints were left by the half-beastman. Zi Chen's arrival attracted the half-beastman's attention. He turned around and stared at Zi Chen. His eyes were bigger than copper bells, and they were full of coldness and cruelty. Whoosh! A strong wind came from the forest, and the thick leaves were thrown into the air, making crashing sounds. A ray of brilliance appeared in front of them, heading straight for Zi Chen. Whoosh! Zi Chen's figure disappeared, and the ray of light fell where he was standing. The ground trembled, and even more fallen leaves flew into the air. A powerful shock wave spread out in all directions, breaking down many ancient trees. Roar! Seeing that his attack had missed, the half-beastman roared to the sky and smashed the beast bone in his hand toward Zi Chen again. The beast bone whistled, and it was completely black. It was stained with too much blood and had dried up. A murderous aura came toward him. Zi Chen's eyes flashed coldly. He clenched his right hand into a fist, and the power of yin and yang lingered on his fist. He punched forward. The fist collided with the beast bone, and a powerful shock wave spread out. Zi Chen's body flew out in the air. What a hard beast bone! He waved his right hand, and he clearly felt the pain from the previous attack. The half-beastman took a step forward, and the earth suddenly shook. The beast bone in the air turned into a waterfall again. His step was equivalent to dozens of Zi Chen's steps, but Zi Chen's body was small, and his movements were agile. Boom! The attack missed again. At this time, Zi Chen had already arrived behind the half-beastman. With a flash of light in his hand, a long saber appeared. One power after another converged on the long saber. Buzz! The void trembled, and the long saber was unsheathed and slashed at the half-beastman. A very deep wound appeared on the half-beastman's back, and the white ribs could be seen. Zi Chen sheathed his saber and retreated in the air. The surprise in his eyes was even more intense, because his attack failed to split the half-beastman into two. The half-beastman felt the pain from the wound on his back. He turned around again and launched another attack. His attack was extremely powerful and terrifying, and it was completely on par with Zi Chen's attack. Clang! Zi Chen drew his saber again and slashed at the beast bone, but there was a violent vibration. Then his body flew backward, and the strong counterforce almost made his long saber fall out of his hand. He saw that the beast bone in the half-beastman's hand was intact. Obviously, the beast bone was not ordinary, as it could block the attack of the Nine Extremes weapon. The earth shook and the roar shook the sky. The half-beastman rushed toward Zi Chen again. Zi Chen used his extreme speed to dodge again. The beast bone hit the ground, and more leaves flew in the air. More ancient trees were shaken down. Zi Chen, who appeared behind the half-beastman again, looked at the half-beastman's back, and his face changed again. He saw that the wound he left on the half-beastman's back had disappeared. This healing speed was simply terrifying. First, it was the humanoid creature in the fog. It was shapeless and could not be killed without using special rules. Then it was the giant crocodile, which was good at ambushing and had amazing defense. It needed the Nine Extremes weapon to kill it. However, the half-beastman in front of him was not only stronger than the giant crocodile, but also had an extraordinary recovery ability. One had to know that Zi Chen's previous attack contained the power of yin and yang. It also contained Zi Chen's law of destruction, which could suppress the recovery of injuries. But obviously, this rule was ineffective on the half-beastman. Puff! Zi Chen's figure flashed, and he stabbed down with his saber. The saber light, like a waterfall, went straight into the half-beastman's back. At the same time, the saber light penetrated the half-beastman's body and shot out from his chest. Roar! Such a blow caused the half-beastman to feel pain. He turned around again and smashed the beast bone in his hand. Compared to the previous methodical attacks, this attack was not methodical, but its speed was much faster. No, it healed. Shadowless, who was watching from the side, said, "The half-beastman's wound healed again." Zi-Chin dodged and slashed at the half-beastman's neck. The saber light went in, but it did not cut off the half-beastman's head. Whoosh! After that attack, he retreated once again. The beast bone whistled through the air and swept past him, shattering an afterimage. Then the wound on the half-beastman's neck healed at a speed visible to the naked eye. "No, it seems that we have to break his sea of consciousness directly," Shadowless reminded. Zi-Chen's figure flashed, and he used his extreme speed again. When he dodged the half-beastman's attack, he slashed at the half-beastman's head. The saber hit the skull, and there was a strong force. The skull was indestructible. Zi-Chen quickly retreated. The space behind him was distorted, and a divine light flew out. It was the Heavenly Needle. Compared to the Nine Extremes weapon, the Heavenly Needle was more agile. Whoosh! The Nine Extremes weapon instantly pierced through the half-beastman's temple. The roar stopped abruptly, and the half-beastman's huge body stopped and fell to the ground. Boom! The ground shook, and the half-beastman fell dead. His defense was strong, and his recovery was shocking. But relatively speaking, his soul was not strong. After the Heavenly Needle entered his sea of consciousness, it destroyed his soul in an instant. "This is the first time I've seen such a strong recovery," Zi-Chin said as he looked at the half-beastman. "If we bring him back, I believe we can exchange him for something good," Shadowless said. "That's right. Maybe we can trade him in the deeper parts." Zi-Chin reached out. With a flash of light, he put the half-beastman away. Not to mention other things. Just the half-beastman's bones were extremely strong. He was not weak, so he was confident that he could enter the red region. Next, he encountered two more half-beastmen. This time, after finding their weak points, he used the Heavenly Needle to kill them. Other than half-beastmen, there were also some battle beasts. But those powerful battle beasts were more like half-beastmen's food. Going deeper, Zi-Chin walked to the edge of the yellow region, which was the entrance to the red region. Chapter 2832. In front of him was a marked red area. He did not expect to see fog again. The fog still contained poison, and it was even more intense than the outside. Zi-Chin did not hesitate and began to move forward. This time, Shadowless followed beside him. If there were still humanoid creatures here, Shadowless would not be able to detect them in advance. The yin-yang light circulated on the surface of his body, forming a defense. Zi-Chin was 120% alert. After moving forward for only a few miles, he was attacked. Chi! The thick fog rolled, and a sharp attack appeared out of thin air, heading straight for Zi-Chin's neck. Zi-Chin's defense was easily broken, and he pointed his finger at the right time. Whoosh! The finger light pierced through the thick fog and the humanoid creature's body. The other party's body turned into fog and dissipated, but it did not die. It's indeed ineffective. Seeing this scene, Zi-Chin's expression did not change. Everything was within his expectations. Above the sky, the world opened, and the power of laws descended from the sky, enveloping an area with a radius of hundreds of feet. Within this range, the thick fog was clearly visible. Some became thinner, and some became thicker. The light of laws flickered, and the thick poisonous fog began to roll, then turned into human figures. Puff! 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 Zi-Chin attacked and killed these humanoid creatures, one by one. They were slightly stronger than those in the outside world, but not by much. After killing them, Zi-Chin obtained some human skins of laws. He put away the human skins of laws and headed deeper. Before determining the value of these human skins of laws, Zi-Chin did not kill a large number of them. Once the value was determined and it was worth wasting his time, he would definitely turn back. The layout here was very similar to the thick fog outside. When he went deeper, he also encountered giant crocodiles. The giant crocodiles were stronger than those in the outside world, so Zi-Chin had to kill them with his saber. It was not too difficult for him to pass through here. However, if he let other level 7 black tokens pass through, it would definitely be dangerous. After walking for a long time and killing nearly 20 giant crocodiles, Zichen finally walked out of the thick fog area. This was the red area, which was marked as the most dangerous place. A gust of wind blew from the front, bringing with it a bone-piercing chill, like a cold wind in the middle of winter. Zichen walked forward cautiously. His spiritual senses spread out, but they were blocked by an invisible force. It was as if he was in a fog. He looked at Shadowless and said, "I can't extend my spiritual sense. Looks like this place isn't simple. I'll go take a look." Shadowless took the initiative to move forward and quickly disappeared from Zichen's sight. Zichen stood where he was without moving. The wind held around him again, bringing with it a bone-chilling coldness. Even with his strong physical body, he felt a little uncomfortable at this moment. As the end of the gray zone, it was natural that this place was unusual. Since he couldn't extend his spiritual sense, Zichen couldn't run around. If he was separated from Shadowless, it would be difficult to find him. After walking for about an hour, Shadowless turned back. "We didn't run into any danger, but we found a small city," Shadowless said to Zichen. "A city?" Zichen was shocked. "That's right. There are gods and celestials in the city. They seem to be able to get along. I took a look outside and didn't go in. Let's go take a look." Following Shadowless's guidance, Zichen arrived at the place Shadowless mentioned. It was a small city. Rather than calling it a city, it was more like a castle. It was just too small. Of course, it was also possible to call it a slightly larger courtyard. People came in and out. They seemed to be in a hurry. The two walked forward. There was no one guarding the door, and no one came to greet them. There was an empty space in the courtyard. There were close to 20 people sitting cross-legged. There were celestials and celestials among them. In front of them was a piece of beast skin, and on top of it were a few things. There were celestials and celestials standing in front of them, looking at the things on it. Zichen noticed that there were celestials standing in front of the celestials, and celestials standing in front of the celestials. He went forward and soon understood the reason. The celestials only wanted the celestials' tokens, and the celestials only wanted the celestials' tokens. The currency here was not resources, but the black tokens of the two sides. Zichen walked towards a celestial. The other party was holding his head, thinking about something. There were two things in front of him. One was the celestial's black token, and the other was the god pill that Zichen had seen in the outside world. The price of the celestial's black token was 1 for 1. In other words, a token of the same level could be exchanged for a token of the enemy camp. The price of the god pill was 1 for 10. It required 10 level 5 tokens. This price was much cheaper than the outside world, because according to the outside world, it was 30 level 5 tokens. There were only these two things in front of the other party. After Zichen took a look, he did not immediately trade. Instead, he walked to the next one. He still understood the principle of comparing goods with one another. Moreover, he had the god pill on him, so it was useless to him. On the other hand, those tokens were useful, but he was not in a hurry to exchange them. This was because Zichen noticed that in front of these celestials there were tokens for sale, but very few people went to exchange for them. Almost all of them were looking at the resources. Very quickly, Zichen saw a khaki-colored battle armor made from the skin of a giant alligator. The price on the outside was 10 level 6 tokens, but it was only 50 level 5 tokens, which was half the price. In addition to the battle armor, there were also weapons. In Zichen's opinion, the price was not very high. Of course, this was only relatively speaking. Take the armor, for example. Although Zichen thought that it was only worth 50 grade, 5 tokens, from another perspective, it was worth 50 grade, 5 black token lives. Even if it was converted into contribution points, it would be worth 50,000 contribution points. Exchanging for grade 5 rules divine crystals was equivalent to 50,000 pieces, and if there was a discount, he could exchange for even more. It was almost impossible for a level 5 or 6 to obtain such a battle armor. Only a level 7 would have the strength to do so. After that, Zichen found another beast bone. That thing was almost exactly the same as the weapon in the hands of the beast man he killed, except that the shape was slightly different. The price of this beast bone was 300 level 5 black tokens. If exchanged for level 6 black tokens, it would be 30, which was equivalent to the lives of 30 level 6 rankers. Even if it was converted to level 7, it could be exchanged for 3 lives. At this moment, a divine general was looking at this beast bone. He was very tempted, but he seemed to be dissatisfied with the price. Zichen noticed that in front of the beast bone, there was a young Tian clan. Just as Zichen was sizing up the other party also glanced at Zichen. His gaze could not be considered friendly, but it could not be considered hostile either. This place was indeed strange. 2 completely hostile camps could actually coexist peacefully. There were not many Tian clan people who had set up stalls. Zichen's gaze quickly moved around, looking at these things. There were not many things here, but every one of them could be considered top-notch. Perhaps they were unbearably vulgar on the outside, but their true function was much better than the things in the exchange area. Of course, the prices of the things here were enough to make people feel intimidated. The things here were not of much use to Zichen. If he took them back, they would obviously be good things for others. However, Zichen did not plan to go back for the time being, so he would not use the token to trade. At this moment, he noticed that there was another exchange area in front of him. It was at the top of the stairs. There were not many people trading there, only a few. He walked forward. This is not a place where you can come. Just as Zichen was about to walk to the front, a cold voice sounded. A figure appeared out of thin air, blocking in front of Zichen. He was a god clan member. He was standing on the stairs, looking down at Zichen. Zichen was slightly startled. The 7th level's transaction is over there. The other party pointed down and said, "Your level is not high enough. You cannot come up." At this moment, the commotion here had obviously attracted the attention of others. Seeing Zichen standing there in a daze, many people revealed looks of ridicule. Since it was the rule of this place, he obviously had to abide by it. Zichen turned around and walked down. At this moment, he was considering whether or not he should exchange all the tokens on him. At this moment, he heard a voice. "This price is already very low, only 300 level 5 tokens. Do you know how difficult it is to kill a beast man? You can lose your life at any time." The one who spoke was the young Tian clan. It was obvious that the god clan was bargaining with the other party. There was not just one beast bone here. There were other places as well, but the price was more expensive than what the young man was selling. In Zichen's impression, all the Tian clan treated the god clan with an extremely cold attitude, wishing that they could kill them quickly. It was rare to see such an attitude from the young man. The 7th level was clearly unwilling. This price had exceeded his expectations. "How about this? I have something good here. I'll sell it to you for 100 tokens, said the young Tian clan S. As the young sky race being spoke, his hands flashed with a bright light as he took out a weapon. That weapon was thin and long like a thorn, and its tip was extremely sharp. At this moment, everybody was curiously looking at the strange weapon the young man had taken out. When Zichen saw that weapon, his pupils shrank. If he wasn't wrong, the weapon in the young man's hand should be the 9 extreme weapons of the Life Star, the Mother Thorn of the Mother and Sun Thorn, because Zhang Haotian had the Sun Thorn. Can this weapon be used? Asked the level 7 Tian clan S discontentedly as he looked at the strange weapon. Although it looks strange, it's really sharp. Moreover, it's not weaker than the beast bone, said the young Tian clan S member. Do you think I'm stupid? What's this crack? Asked the level 7 Tian clan S member pointing at the crack in the middle of the long thorn. This is its power. At the critical moment of the battle, it can be used as a hidden weapon. Look, it's totally unexpected. The young Tian clan S member shook his hand, and the tip of the thorn shot out, making an ear-piercing sound as it flew back to him. Laughter arose everywhere. The level 7 Tian clan S were enraged. Apparently it was a broken weapon. Chapter 28:33. The crowd burst into laughter. Whether it was the Celestials or the gods, they were all laughing loudly. The face of the god who wanted to buy the weapon flushed red. His eyes were filled with anger. Clearly, he felt that he had been tricked by this guy. He dared to use a broken weapon to fool people. This is a really good thing. I'm just not used to using it. Otherwise, why would I sell it to you? Look at this speed. The young Celestial shook his hand again. The tip of the weapon flew out again, like a whistling hidden weapon. After a round, it flew back. The laughter around them grew louder. You, the level 7 divine general, was furious. I want this thing of yours. At this moment, a voice suddenly rang out. The surrounding laughter came to an abrupt halt as everyone stared blankly at Zichin, who had just spoken. The weakest here was level 7. What good things had they not seen? Their knowledge far exceeded that of ordinary people. That strange spike might be of good quality and could be sold for a good price outside. But here it was obviously worthless. At the very least, it wasn't worth 100 tokens. The Divine General and the Celestial both looked at Zichin. One was puzzled, the other was surprised. What did you say? The Celestial looked at Zichin. I want this thing, Zichin said. Really? The Divine General's eyes flashed. He suppressed his joy. Zichin nodded. At least you have good eyes. This thing is worth at least 200 tokens. I'll sell it to you for 150. The young Celestial smiled. You know your stuff. With it, you might be able to kill the beastmen. When you get the beast bones, you can sell them for at least 300. You'll make a lot of money. Hearing the words of the young Tian clan, as well as the harmless smile on his face, the surrounding people were all stunned. The price of 100 had suddenly increased. Zichen's expression didn't change. He smiled faintly. You might have misunderstood me. What do you mean? The smile on the Celestial's face froze. I do plan to buy this thing, but I don't have enough tokens, so I want to ask if you can make it cheaper, Zichin said. Ah. The Celestial was stunned. Another round of laughter came from all around. Obviously, this guy thought that a fool had come. Unexpectedly, this fool had come to bargain. The Tian clan's expression turned slightly ugly as he asked, How many tokens do you have? Zichin said, It's a total of 50 pieces. If you don't agree, then I won't buy it. You can help me exchange for 50 tokens. A light flashed in Zichen's hand, and 50 general level tokens appeared, which indicated that there were 50 Black Order level 5 beings. The corners of the Celestial's mouth twitched, his expression hesitant. The level 7 divine general didn't care about the weapon. He only cared about the beast bone. However, there was a trace of doubt in his heart. Was this thing really that valuable? All right, here you go. The Celestial put on a pained expression and nodded, as if he was about to hand the thorn over to Zichin. Right at this moment, a roar came from outside the city. Then, an ancient and powerful wave swept over. The Tian clan immediately retracted his hand and turned to look outside the city. His expression immediately changed. The other people's expressions changed as well. They put away their things one by one and headed for the outer perimeter. Damn it, why are we so unlucky? The level 7 divine general didn't look at the beast bone anymore. He turned his head and flew out of the city. Zichin was stunned. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and run. After the Tian clan put away his things, he shouted at Zichin. What's going on? Zichin scanned the surroundings with his spiritual senses and found that the level 8 divine general had also started to move and began to run quickly. The young Tian clan didn't answer Ziqin. He directly flew out of the city. However, just as he reached the city gate, there was a tremor of energy from the gate. Then a light shield appeared from the sky, protecting the city and enveloping everyone. Damn it! The Tian clan cursed angrily. He tapped his foot and rushed toward the city wall. Ziqin followed him. When he arrived at the city wall, he looked down and saw many green wolves outside the city. Each of them was more than 3 feet in size. There were many of them, and they surrounded the city. And outside the green wolves, there were some beast men. They all had beast bones in their hands and were quickly approaching from behind. Wherever they passed, the green wolves would avoid them, allowing them to come forward. What's going on? Ziqin looked down and asked. Hunting. The Tian clan replied indifferently. Every once in a while, the existences in this area will come out to hunt. The prey are outsiders like us. The Tian clan suddenly noticed something. He looked back at Ziqin and said, Why are you following me? Ziqin didn't respond. He looked to the sides and found that the others' faces were extremely gloomy. This time we're in trouble. The Tian clan's expression was very ugly. This luck is too bad. It's happened twice in a row. I felt that something was wrong before, but I didn't expect it to be like this. What should we do now? Ziqin asked. What else can we do? Run. The Tian clan said snappily. But why aren't the others running? Ziqin noticed that the others' faces were very gloomy, but they did not have any thoughts of leaving this place. The young Tian clan said, That's because they feel that this level 9 general city can protect them. But if this city is broken, then there will be no more protection. Someone can break through the level 9 general city? Ziqin was shocked when he heard this. Nothing is absolute. The level 9 general city is not invincible here. Even a level 9 general city can die in battle at any time. The young Tian clan stared ahead, and then his expression changed as he cried out involuntarily, Damn it, they're really here. With that, he jumped down without hesitation. This defensive light barrier was only relative. It could prevent the war beasts from entering, but it could not prevent others from leaving. As the other party jumped out of the light barrier, cries of alarm came from all around. Although it was very dangerous right now, staying in this level 9 general city was definitely much safer than staying outside. Why did he jump out to die? In their opinion, leaving the protection of the city with a mere level 7 was only a path to death. Ziqin's gaze looked into the distance. Seeing the mist rising there, he thought of a possibility. He had to obtain the long thorn in the other party's hand. No matter what danger there was outside, he had to follow. He jumped out without hesitation. After leaving the light barrier, Ziqin could clearly feel waves after waves of fiendish aura. He saw the approaching green wolves pouncing towards him. Swish! His body turned into an afterimage as he flashed past the green wolves, heading straight into the distance. The surrounding space distorted as a beast man waved the beast bone at Ziqin. The beast bone whistled as it smashed towards his head. Wherever the beast bone passed, space distorted, releasing a powerful aura. Ziqin's expression changed slightly. The yin and yang light on his body flickered, and he disappeared once again. Boom! The earth trembled as powerful energy surged. Ziqin dodged the attack and continued to fly into the distance. On the city wall, the expressions of some people changed when they saw the two of them escaping. Some of them had experienced the previous scene. They didn't know the reason for the departure of the divine race. However, Ziqin immediately followed. Perhaps it was because of the weapon. Could it be that they had misjudged and that the weapon was very unusual? But no matter how they looked at it, the weapon was a good quality trash. It couldn't even compare to the beast bone in the beastman's hand. At present, no one dared to leave, so naturally they couldn't verify it. The two of them who rushed out were like a small boat in the midst of a storm, about to be destroyed at any time. Moreover, The thick mist in the distance had already risen. It was poisonous mist that could affect one's mind. They needed to be on full alert. The most important thing was that the misty shadow would also appear. They appeared and disappeared unpredictably. The threat was too great. The giant crocodile in the swamp would also come. Under such circumstances, the two of them leaving the city was simply courting death. The level 7 and level 8 transactions were in the outer area. At this moment, in the room of the building, there were 2 level 9 people standing. The two of them clearly sensed everything outside. They were very surprised by the 2 level 7 fellows' departure. Their courage is commendable. One of the level 9 people laughed. So what? They'll die if they go out. It's a good opportunity to set an example for others, the other level 9 said indifferently. The 2 of them were level 9 divine generals. It was unknown if the God Clan had a ranking. At this moment, more and more battle beasts were gathering outside the city. The 2 of them seemed extremely relaxed, as if they didn't care. The green wolf began to attack the city. The beastman also walked up, waving the huge beast bone and smashing it at the light barrier. On the city wall, the experts were very nervous. There were also some who looked at the thick mist, because the 2 level 7 people who left one after the other rushed into the mist after dodging the attacks. The thick mist blocked their vision, so they couldn't see what was happening inside. Zichen used extreme speed to dodge one powerful attack after another. In front of him, the divine race person put up a defense. He took 2 attacks from the beastman when he was escaping, but his defense blocked them. Clearly, his defense was very strong, but he was also injured. After entering the mist, Zichen lost track of the other party. Here! Shadowless voice came. He had been following the divine race person. Hearing this, Zichen rushed in the direction of Shadowless voice. Swoosh! As soon as he moved, a dangerous aura appeared. It was a humanoid creature that had launched an attack at him. Clearly, there was a thick mist here because of the humanoid creatures. But what Zichen didn't understand was why they were here. After quickly dodging the attack, Zichen rushed forward again. This time the mist rolled. A giant crocodile opened its mouth and bit at him. His body disappeared. When he reappeared, he was above the crocodile's head. As if he teleported, he slashed down with his sword. Uft! The sword stabbed into the crocodile's head. The powerful energy annihilated its soul. Zichen quickly put away the crocodile's body and continued forward. During this time, he was attacked again and again. The attack frequency was much faster than the humanoid creatures he encountered when he first entered. But at this time, Zichen was focused on the mother thorn. He didn't have time to kill them. After dodging, he rushed forward again. During this time, Shadowless voice constantly sounded, reminding Zichen of the location. Chapter 2834. This celestial was currently surrounded. His body flickered with light, and there was a defense on the surface of his body. His defense was not weak, and he blocked the attacks of the giant crocodiles one after another. The rolling fog surrounded his body and became thicker and thicker. Light and shadow flickered in the fog. It was the attacks of the humanoid creatures. He gradually found it difficult to block them, and he could not get rid of them. Zichen stood a few meters away and watched this scene. He frowned slightly and unsheathed his saber. A yin-yang saber light swept forward like a waterfall. The surging fog was cut open, and the humanoid creatures attacking from within dissipated. The saber light continued forward and swept through the body of a giant crocodile. The giant crocodile was split in the middle, and blood splattered in all directions. The yin-yang saber light did not slow down, and it cut open a straight path in the thick fog. The young celestial was drenched in crocodile blood. He suddenly turned around and saw Zichen. His pupils could not help but shrink. Zichen sheathed his saber and rushed forward. During this time, a light flashed from his body and swept up the giant crocodile corpse on the ground. The young celestial also reacted and immediately rushed forward. As they moved forward, Zi-Chen did not continue to kill the giant crocodiles. The yin-yang power on his body formed a powerful fluctuation that blew away the poisonous fog around him. At the same time, it also shook away the approaching giant crocodiles. As the poisonous fog continued to twist, the two of them rushed out of the sea of fog one after another. "Don't stop, keep going." Seeing Zi-Chen, who was obviously relieved, the young celestial reminded him. He did not slow down at all and continued forward. Zi-Chen followed closely behind. He could not let the other party escape, just like that. After flying for about 100 miles, they sensed a powerful aura behind them, and roars continuously sounded. The young celestial was very frightened, but he still did not stop. He ran for another 100 miles and only stopped when he reached a mountain peak. The higher one stood, the farther one could see. Zi-Chen landed beside the other party and looked at him calmly. The other party was panting. He had used up a lot of energy along the way. At the same time, he was glad that he had walked out. Otherwise, he would have been finished. After his breathing gradually stabilized, he looked at Zi-Chen and said, "Why are you following me?" "Our deal is not complete yet," Zi-Chen said calmly. "Ah." The young celestial was startled. "Just because of this?" Zi-Chen nodded. The young celestial said, "If that's the reason, then why did you save me earlier? Wouldn't it be easier to just watch me get killed or suddenly strike me?" Zi-Chen said, "A deal is a deal." The young celestial looked at Zi-Chen strangely. "It's rare to see someone like you in the God clan. Since you're able to follow me here, it's obvious that I made a mistake in my judgment of that weapon. Can you tell me what it is?" Zi-Chen said, "The mother-child spike, a weapon from my world." "Is it very strong?" The other party asked again. Zi-Chen shook his head and said, "Logically speaking, it should be very strong, but I don't know how to use it. I have a friend who knows how to use it, and the other half is in his hands." "Understood." The young celestial nodded. Then he took out the spike and threw it at Zi-Chen. "So it's an exclusive weapon. No wonder I couldn't control it smoothly all these years and could only use its toughness. Its toughness isn't weaker than the beast bone, but its power is much weaker. So this is the reason." Zi-Chen caught the spike. The celestial aura on it had disappeared. Clearly, the other party had removed the ownership. Energy surged in his hand and gathered on the spike. As the light swept past the long thorn, a resplendent light burst out from the broken part of the long thorn. The broken part of the long thorn was disappearing bit by bit. The young celestial looked at this scene in shock. Then he sighed. When the light disappeared, the spike was restored. Now, in addition to its toughness, it had another special characteristic, which was its sharpness. Zi-Chen's hand flashed, and 100 tokens appeared. "This thing is very important to my friend, but it's useless to me. Let's buy it at the original price you said." The other party smiled bitterly and waved his hand. "Forget it. Your blade helped me resolve the crisis. I'll give it to you. Besides, this thing is useless to me. You're the most interesting celestial I've ever met. My name is Ongwei." "I'm Zi-Chen," said Zi-Chen. He put away the black token and didn't refuse. "You've got it. Are you still not going to leave? Do you want to fight me?" Ongwei asked with a smile. Zi-Chen asked, "I want to know what's going on with those beasts. Aren't those humanoid creatures in the fog at the edge of the area? Why are they there?" Compared to the Celestials, he was more willing to deal with this seemingly harmless Celestial. Every once in a while, the beasts in this area will hunt for food. There has always been a rumor that a powerful being comparable to a 9th rank champion is commanding them. Ongwei said, "Of course, I've only heard about it. I've never seen it." "Then why did you take the risk to leave the city?" asked Zi-Chen again. "There's a chance of survival if I leave. If I don't leave, I'll definitely die." Ongwei glanced at Zi-Chen and said, "This is the 3rd time I've been attacked by beasts in just a dozen years." "Only 3 times. Zi Qin was somewhat astonished. Ong Wei glared at him and said, "What do you mean only 3 times? You should know that I've only been to this kind of trading area 3 times in the past dozen years. Each time, the beasts attacked, not long after. Isn't the probability of that high? Moreover, the last 2 times the 9th-ranked general cities were destroyed. The fate of the people inside is unknown. Speaking of which, it's quite a coincidence. The reason I took the risk to leave the first time was because I had an enemy there, so I didn't dare to stay for too long. But when I returned, there was nothing left except for bloodstains." "What are those humanoid creatures in the fog?" asked Zi Qin. "They're misty shadows. What are they used for?" Ong Wei looked at Zi Qin in puzzlement. "What's the use of killing them?" asked Zi Qin again. Ong Wei seemed to have thought of a possibility and felt that it was inconceivable. He stared at Zi Qin in shock and asked, "Can you kill them?" Zi Qin shook his head and said, "No, I can't. I'm just curious, because in another area, someone is trying to buy them. Their value is very high. They should be the most valuable thing in this area." Ong Wei said, "The skin of the giant crocodile can be used to make armor with extremely strong defense. The bones of the beast men are extremely hard and can be used to refine weapons. At the same time, their blood is necessary to refine divine pills. In addition, the other beasts in this area also have their own value. But relatively speaking, the misty shadows are the most valuable. After they die, they turn into skins with extremely strong rule power. After being refined, they can allow people to obtain concealment methods, just like divine abilities. Although they're not as elusive as the misty shadows, they're still a treasure for assassination. In addition, both the god race and the celestial race want to carefully study them, but to no avail." "What are they studying them for?" Zi Qin asked, puzzled. Ong Wei glanced at Zi Qin and said strangely, "Didn't you notice that when we came out earlier it was very strenuous?" Zi Qin's expression changed, and he cried out involuntarily, "Could it be that they want to control them?" Ong Wei said, "On the battlefield they're killing machines, and they're killing machines that can't die. In this area, there's a saying that there's a king in the misty shadows, and this king controls all the misty shadows in this area. Think about it. What would happen if they could control them?" Zi Qin could imagine that on the battlefield, the thick fog would roll and cut off divine sense. Then the undead misty shadows would appear and slaughter the existences on the battlefield. Zi Qin asked, "Where's the misty shadow king?" Ong Wei turned his head and looked into the depths. "In the poison mist forest, the core of this area. So far, no one has been able to pass through there, not even the powerful rank generals. The god race had the strongest divine generals, with a total of 108 of them. In the celestial race, there were also 108 celestial race generals. If even the ranked divine generals couldn't pass through, then it was indeed dangerous." "What's the deal with the trading city?" Zi Qin asked. "Isn't that a fixed place?" Ong Wei shook his head and said, "No. Only a 9th-level warlord would be able to build a temporary trading area in these places. Everyone who goes there to trade must be paid a certain amount of money. Of course, rank 8 is also allowed, but the danger is not small." Seeing Zi Qin's puzzled expression, Ong Wei said, "For example, if a rank 9 suddenly appears in a rank 8 trading center, he might be tempted by the wealth and kill this rank 8. Zi Qin nodded to show that he understood. There were no rules here, and everything depended on one's intentions. Relatively speaking, a trading center built by a rank 9 was much safer. That's just a temporary trading center. There's an even bigger one here, and that trading center is fixed." Ong Wei turned his head to look into the distance and said, "That trading center is just outside the foggy forest, and there are many powerhouses guarding it. Even the hunting beasts don't dare to set foot there. But that place is very far from here, and the road ahead is full of dangers, so not many people go there." Through Ong Wei's introduction, Zi Qin had a good understanding of this place. He looked at Ong Wei and said, "Are you going back?" Ong Wei asked in surprise, "Back where?" Ziqin said, "The place where we left before." "You're crazy." Ong Wei's eyes widened. "You're not afraid of death?" Ziqin smiled faintly and said, "Wealth comes from danger. Think about it, if we turn back now, and it happens to be the time when those beasts leave, then wouldn't we be able to take away the things in the original trading center? But that's too dangerous." Ong Wei shook his head and said, "If I don't go and the beasts don't leave, then we'll definitely die. Wealth comes from danger, right? Also, divine sense is blocked in this place, so if there's any danger, we'll just stay away." Ong Wei was somewhat moved by Ziqin's words. "Okay." Ong Wei nodded in the end. Chapter 28:35. On the battlefield, divine generals and divine clans could not coexist peacefully, but it was different here. Ong Wei thought that Ziqin was a strange divine clan member, and Ziqin thought that Ong Wei was a strange divine clan member as well. The reason why Ziqin had brought Ong Wei along this time was because he was clearly familiar with this area. Ziqin wanted him to take him to the depths of the enormous trading ground to have a look. On the way back, the two could still hear the roars of beasts, so they did not go very fast. It was only a few hundred miles, and they did not encounter any danger along the way. They arrived in a short time. "Ziqin, come and see." When they were about to reach their destination, Ziqin heard Shadowless's voice. When they decided to turn back, Shadowless left first and went to the trading city. Ziqin sped up when he heard that. He and Ong Wei flew to the top of an ancient tree. They parted the leaves and looked into the distance. The battle was over and many beasts had died. The city was still there, but it had fallen. The other beasts were leaving, and the fog was disappearing. The ground was dry again, and the crocodile was nowhere to be seen. "I went to take a look earlier. There's something strange about this place. Or rather, there's something wrong with the people here," said Shadowless, who was standing beside Ziqin. With Ong Wei beside him, Ziqin did not say anything. After all the beasts left, two people appeared in the city. Even though they were far away, they could still sense the level 9 aura from each other. Obviously, they were level 9. One of the two quickly put away the city and flew into the distance. Ziqin stared in the direction in which the two of them left in silence. Ong Wei's expression was terrible, so that's how it is. The two level 9 were divine generals of the divine clan. The siege of the city was not a coincidence. It was deliberate. The two level 9 were the ones who started it. A bitter smile appeared on Ong Wei's face. Compared to catching all of them in one go, charging a certain amount of transaction fees is really too unwise and too noble of a method. No one would complain about having too little resources, even for those level 9 experts. Quite a number of people had gone this time, and each of them had brought a lot of resources with them. After all of them were killed, those resources would definitely be a huge number, so huge that it was enough to tempt a level 9. Other than the bloodstains, there was nothing left there. Time to go. Ziqin jumped down from the ancient tree. It seems that there are disputes everywhere, and there are no rules anywhere. Ong Wei followed him. He looked at Ziqin and asked, "Where are you going?" "I'm going to trade in the depths." "Are you coming?" Ziqin asked. "There will be many dangers along the way," Ong Wei said. "Experts might even ambush us along the way." Ziqin smiled and said, "No matter how dangerous it is, it can't be compared to just now, right?" "That's true." Ao Wei nodded and said, "If you don't mind, let's go together." Ziqin said, "I don't care. I have more enemies than friends. You, on the other hand, actually dared to travel with a god." Ong Wei said, "It's the same for me. I have more enemies than friends. You can even say that I don't have any friends. Otherwise, why would I come to this damned place?" Ziqin said in surprise, "So you're not here for resources?" "Resources? Of course not." Ong Wei said, "The world is so big. Where can't you find resources? Why did you have to come to this damned battlefield? And here? What about you? Did you come here for resources? Did you risk your life? Zichen shook his head and said, No, I came here by accident. I happen to have some black tokens, so I plan to exchange them here. Ong Wei said doubtfully, You don't have to come here to exchange for black tokens, do you? That's true. I came across a trading point in the periphery. Who would have thought that during the trade, the other party suddenly changed their mind and wanted to kill me? Chin spread his hands and said helplessly, So I had to come here. Ong Wei's expression changed. Obviously, he understood what Chin meant. The fact that he could come here proved that the person who wanted to kill him was already dead. I was going to leave after the trade. Who would have thought that something like this would happen? It seems that I have to go deeper. Chen looked very helpless. Suddenly, his expression changed, and he said, Why don't the two of us exchange our tokens? Just the two of us? Ong Wei looked at Chen. That's right. You don't have the Celestial Black Order on you. And I don't have the God Race Black Order on me either. Once we exchange, wouldn't we both be happy? Chen's eyes were filled with excitement. Ong Wei said, Didn't you want to go deeper? There, the black tokens can be used to trade, regardless of camp. Besides, I don't have many black tokens. Chen said, That's true. Let's go deeper and have a look. Since we're here, wouldn't it be a pity to leave? Then, the two of them went deeper and encountered an orc along the way. The orcs are treasures. We can exchange them for a lot of good things. Ong Wei rushed toward the orc in front of him as he spoke. An animal bone appeared in his hand. It was not much different from the one in the orc's hand. He held the animal bone in his hand, and his aura surged out violently. He hit the orc hard. Boom! There was a powerful shock wave, and the sand and stones on the ground were sent flying. Ong Wei was knocked back, and the orc was directly knocked to the ground. Ong Wei, who was retreating, flashed again and arrived in front of the orc. The animal bone in his hand fell again. The animal bone had obviously been refined. It could be big or small. At this time, light patterns lingered on it, releasing a powerful aura. Boom! The violent energy kept shaking, forming a terrible wave that spread out layer by layer. Waves of smoke and dust swept in all directions like a storm. Chen stood in the distance and watched this scene quietly. Obviously, no one who could come to this battlefield was weak. And to be able to make it this far, a level 7 expert was even more powerful than a level 7 expert. Ong Wei was such an existence. The battle didn't last long. The orc was killed by Ong Wei. Unlike Chen, who had borrowed the Heavenly Needle's small sharpness, Ong Wei-Quan had used his own strength to kill a half-orc. Ong Wei put away the orc's body. He took the huge animal bone that hadn't been refined and threw it to Chen. You can use it as a weapon. Chen shook his head. At the moment the animal bone arrived, he flicked his finger forward. His finger fell on the animal bone, making a tinkling sound. The animal bone whizzed back. Ong Wei took the animal bone and looked at Chen. You really don't want it? It's free. No need. I have a weapon, said Chen. Ong Wei then remembered that Chen had a saber that could break the giant alligator's body. Apparently it was of high quality. Good. If we meet the orcs again, I'll leave them to you, said Ong Wei. It's fair. Chen nodded and didn't refuse. The bones of the orcs and their bodies were good materials to refine weapons. Although Chen didn't like them and didn't need them, the Life Star needed them. To him, there was no such thing as too much. This time, after several days of traveling, they didn't find any trace of the orcs. They didn't even meet any other battle beasts. In the forest at night, Chen was grilling the meat of the giant alligator. The aroma of the meat filled the air. His cooking skills were good. Ong Wei couldn't stop praising him. However, at this moment, an angry roar came from the depth of the forest, shaking the sky. It's the orcs. Let's go. Ong Wei said excitedly when he heard the angry roar. Zi Qin stood up. The two of them flew toward the source of the roar. After that, the two of them saw two beast men in front of them. They were holding beast bones in their hands, and around them were 7 or 8 corpses of battle beasts. They destroyed a small wolf pack, said Ong Wei. Seeing this scene, Ong Wei said, the half-beastmen's attack is powerful, and their defense is extremely strong. Their recovery ability is unparalleled. Unless it's a pack of extremely large green wolves, there's no existence that can threaten them. In this area, they're the kings of the same level. Zi Qin nodded and dashed forward. A gust of wind blew through the forest. The leaves danced in the air. Ong Wei was full of expectation when he saw Zi Qin coming forward. After spending a few days with Zi Qin, he could feel his calmness and calmness. In a place like this, showing such a natural expression indicated confidence and power. Roar! The two orcs noticed Zi Qin. One of them immediately walked toward Zi Qin. After a few steps, he threw the animal bone in his hand downward. With a whistling sound, a powerful aura swept over. A suffocating aura locked onto Zi Qin. Looking up at the falling animal bone, Zi Qin's expression didn't change. Energy flashed on his body. Whoosh! The moment the animal bone was about to hit his body, Zi Qin disappeared. It was as if he teleported. In an instant, he was beside the orc. With a flash of light in his hand, a long spike appeared. On the spike, the light of yin and yang flashed, releasing a powerful aura. He held the spike and stabbed it toward the orc's temple. Puff! The spike instantly broke through the orc's defense. The destructive power of the law of yin and yang entered the orc's mind, forcibly destroying his vitality. After pulling out the spike, Zi Qin's figure flashed, and he took a few steps back. The orc's body swayed and fell with a bang. His aura disappeared. The second half-orc turned his head to look at this scene, and a hint of astonishment appeared in his cold eyes. Ong Wei was also stunned. He killed with one blow, and he used the weapon he gave away. Obviously, after the spike repaired itself, it was no less sharp than a knife. It was more suitable for this battle. The other orc rushed toward Zi Qin. Zi Qin's expression didn't change. He directly rushed forward. He flew in front of the orc, and the orc's animal bone smashed down. The wind whistled, and the space distorted. Zi Qin's body was instantly shattered by the animal bone. It was an afterimage. His real body arrived at the side of the half-beast man. The orc noticed the abnormality. The animal bone whizzed over at an even faster speed. But the spike in Zi Qin's hand was even faster. Puff! The spike instantly pierced into the orc's mind, destroying his soul. The terrifying aura contained in the animal bone quickly dissipated. When it reached Zi Qin, it was already extremely weak. It was only the force of inertia that sent Zi Qin flying. Zi Qin landed, collected the two orc corpses, and looked back at Ong Wei. Ong Wei's face was filled with shock. Zi Qin had a faint smile on his face. He was about to ask if he was frightened. Chapter 2836. Just as Ong Wei spoke, Zi Qin sensed something unusual. Ong Wei's face was full of shock, not because of his strength, or rather, not entirely. As he turned around, he saw one tall green wolf after another approaching from afar. Even during the day, the green wolf's eyes emitted a faint green light, looking very frightening. Zi Qin, who had originally planned to put away the bodies of the green wolves, gave up the idea at this moment and retreated. At this moment, the green wolves were not only in front of him, but also in all directions, including the sky. They were surrounded. Isn't this too good of a luck? How could we be ambushed by a pack of green wolves? Zi Qin retreated to Ong Wei's side and heard his muttering. These green wolves must be looking for trouble with the two half-beastmen, but we were unlucky enough to run into them. Zi Qin said that seems to be the case. The attack of these green wolves is very strong. The The hardness of their teeth and claws is not weaker than that of the half-beastmen, but their defense and recovery ability are not as good as theirs. But they have the advantage in numbers, so they are very difficult to deal with. Ong Wei said, "The half-beastmen can ignore small packs of green wolves and hunt them for food. But when it comes to large packs of green wolves, even the half-beastmen have to retreat. We can only kill our way out quickly, or we will be in trouble." "Can their bones be used to refine weapons?" Zi Qin suddenly asked. "Of course. Not only that, but there is also a special rule crystal in their minds. After refining it, it can enhance the perception of rules and even help low-level, general-level cultivators break through to the next realm." Ong Wei said in a deep voice, "All the battle beasts here have their own special functions." Although he did not know why Zi Qin suddenly asked this question, Ong Wei still patiently answered him. Zi Qin nodded. He was very surprised, but also very satisfied. After all, killing battle beasts in other places could not get a rule crystal. The green wolves approached quickly and stopped when they were 300 feet away from the two of them. There were wolves in the sky and on the ground. Their mouths were slightly open, revealing their cold, sharp teeth. They did not make any sound, and their green eyes were filled with coldness. "We have to find a direction to kill our way out." His weapon appeared in his hand. This time it was not a beast bone, but a long sword. The body of the sword was like water, emitting cold light in all directions. The surrounding temperature dropped by a lot. "Don't be in a hurry to make a move. Let's just watch the show." Zi Qin smiled faintly. Ong Wei looked at him in confusion. He found that Zi Qin's expression was very calm, and there was even a hint of excitement which made him very puzzled. Moreover, if both of them were to watch the show, who would deal with these green wolves? There was no time for Ong Wei to think. With a roar, the green wolves attacked. In the blink of an eye, they had traversed a short distance of 300 feet. They were everywhere in the sky and on the ground. Their sharp claws tore through the void with a piercing sound. Their sharp teeth flickered with a cold light, and the strong wind that swept through was mixed with a fishy smell. Facing the attacks of these green wolves, Zi Qin stood there without moving. Aegis put up a defense on the surface of his body. He was on high alert, ready to attack at any moment. Whoosh! Whoosh! Suddenly, a sharp sound rang out. One after another, the green wolves that were pouncing toward them fell to the ground when they were close to the two of them. The green wolves that fell to the ground twitched, and their cold eyes gradually lost their luster. They were dead. Not just one or two, but in an area. Aegis Wei was shocked. He looked ahead and saw a ray of light. The light flashed with various colors. It was the divine light that was unique to the God Clan. The divine light kept disappearing at an extremely fast speed, revolving around the two of them. One after another, the divine light pierced through the heads of the green wolves, and they fell to the ground, dead. As the divine light spun, it spread out. Seeing this, Aegis Wei was extremely shocked. His face was filled with disbelief. This was a replica of the heavenly god needle. In the entire god realm, there were not many replicas like this. Moreover, Zi Chen's replica was related to the real one in some way. It was made by a god, and there were only two in the entire god realm. Under the control of the Avatar, the heavenly god needle spun and flew out. Everywhere it passed, the green wolves' heads were pierced, and their souls were destroyed. None were spared. None could resist. It was a massacre. Aegis Wei was extremely shocked. His eyes were wide open, and he could not say a word. The hand that held the sword was trembling slightly. To him, being surrounded by the green wolves was a disaster. Although the scene in front of him was also a disaster, it was a disaster for the green wolves. At first, he felt that he was unlucky to have encountered a pack of green wolves. But now, he felt that the green wolves were the ones who were unlucky to have encountered Zi Qin. The divine light from the heavenly god needle was still spreading into the distance. More and more green wolves were killed. At this moment, the corpses of the green wolves were spreading out in a circle with the two of them as the center. Woo-woo! When the heavenly god needle was several hundred feet away, a whining sound came from the distance. The surviving green wolves immediately retreated. Their originally cold eyes were now filled with fear. In the blink of an eye, they disappeared. The heavenly god needle chased after a few of them, then turned back. The heavenly god needle turned into a ray of light and disappeared from Zi-Chen's side. Zi-Chen looked at Aegis Wei and said, "Do as you wish." Aegis Wei shook his head. These green wolves were not killed by him, so he naturally would not pick up the spoils. At this moment he was still in shock. Streaks of energy turned into rays of light and extended out, rolling up the dead bodies of the green wolves and putting them away. Aegis Wei looked at Zi-Chen in front of him. Previously, he killed the half-beast man with one blow, and now he killed a pack of green wolves so easily. It was unbelievable. He was very curious about what kind of mysterious existence he had encountered. After collecting all the spoils, Zi-Chen was very satisfied. As expected of the Black Order battlefield, there were many good things. During this time, he broke open the head of a green wolf and found a fist-sized crystal of law. It contained pure law power, which was thousands of times purer than the level 5 law power that he had exchanged with contribution points last time. If he took back such a crystal, he would definitely be able to exchange it for a considerable amount of contribution points. Let's go! When Zi-Chen looked back at Aegis Wei, he found that he was still in a daze, so he said aloud. Aegis Wei nodded and sobered up. As they moved forward, Aegis Wei told Zi-Chen some things he knew about this area. There were many kinds of war beasts here, and each of them had their own special uses. It was rare to see such a special area in the Black Order battlefield. It is said that in the depths of the fog forest, not only is the fog shadow powerful, but even the giant crocodiles are extremely terrifying. No one knows how those giant crocodiles went in and how they survived, but they seem to be able to get along peacefully with the fog shadow and form a cooperation. Aegis Wei said, the armor made from the skin of the giant crocodiles that can't be broken at all unless a level 9 expert uses a special weapon. Such armor is extremely rare in the trading city. Every time it appears, it will be bought at an unimaginable price. Zi-Chen asked in puzzlement, "Didn't you say that no one can enter there?" Aegis Wei smiled and said, "It's not that no one can enter, but no one can pass through there. It's still possible to go to the outer area. Of course, it's only limited to the outer area, but even so many level 9 experts have never returned." As if he knew what Zi-Chen wanted to ask, Aegis Wei said, "It's already very impressive for a level 7 to be able to walk to the trading city. It's impossible to enter. As for level 8 experts, they don't have the guts to do so. Even level 9 experts are full of reverence for that place. Only the truly powerful or daring ones will enter there." Zi-Chen nodded. If that was the case, he wouldn't have to consider going there before he had a breakthrough in his strength. Actually, in the trading city, the tokens aren't divided into factions, because very few people will bring the tokens back to exchange for contribution points, Aegis Wei said. Why? Zi-Chen asked, puzzled. Because the resources here are better and there are more of them. There are all kinds of good things, and they are all targeted at this level. Compared to here, the items in the campsite are undoubtedly of a much lower level. Of course, some people belong to certain factions, so they have to bring some contribution points back. This way, it's very cost-effective to bring the tokens back to level up and then exchange them for contribution points. Zi-Chen understood what Aegis Wei meant. If he wanted to grow, the resources here were extremely suitable, even more so than the campsite. It was enough for him to stay here for a long time. However, if he had a faction behind him, he would have to bring the tokens back and level up the tokens to exchange for more things. The black tokens were the universal currency here, and the people here only recognized them. Alternatively, they could exchange for them with resources of the same level. The two of them walked for a whole month. During this time, they encountered plains and small areas of forest. All the threats they encountered were eliminated by the two of them, and their gains were not small. Zi-Chen's combat strength was extremely strong, and Aegis Wei's combat strength was not weak either. At the very least, he was one of the best among those of the same level. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to resolve the crisis so many times. A deep and dense forest appeared in front of them. Ancient trees towered into the sky, and their roots intertwined like dragons, snaking deep into the forest. Unlike those forests, this forest was very wide and could be said to be boundless. If we pass through here, we will reach the place. Aegis Wei's expression became serious. He changed the topic and said, "However, this forest is the most dangerous place on the road ahead of us. Some people call it the Forest of Death." Zi-Chan looked at Aegis Wei. Aegis Wei said, apart from the dangers that live in it, a large part of its danger lies in the fact that there are often some existences hiding in it, and then they will attack and kill those who pass by. "How do they hide?" asked Zi-Chen. "It's very difficult for ordinary people to detect them by using the law of mist. These people are called the shadow killers of the Forest of Death." Aegis Wei said, "Of course, this is not absolute. The last time I went there, I didn't encounter any killers, but we have to be careful of the sneak attacks of the battle beasts here." After saying that, he walked forward. Chapter 28:37. Ong Wei walked in front, while Zi-Chan followed behind him. Their speed wasn't slow because the forest was huge. According to Ong Wei, it would take a long time to cross it. The air in the forest was humid, and the dead leaves emitted a rotten smell. It was a little pungent and unpleasant. The surroundings were too quiet. There were no sounds of insects or birds. It was a little depressing. "Since you've been there once, why didn't you stay there?" Zi-Chan broke the silence. Ong Wei smiled bitterly. "You'll understand when you get there. That place isn't a place for a level 7. It's too dangerous. It's so dangerous that I'm willing to take the risk and walk out. That place is called Level 9 Heaven, Level 8 Disaster, and Level 7 Hell. 3 levels, 3 different treatments. Of course, it's not absolute. Level 9 is relatively less dangerous. You can get a lot of resources there, but it's also dangerous if you're unlucky. As for Level 7, it's full of dangers. You can only survive if you're lucky." Ong Wei said, "When you get there and see everything, you will naturally understand. But that's for the future. What we need to think about now is how to carefully go in and get there safely." Ong Wei didn't let down his guard as he spoke. He was on guard against the surroundings. In the depths of the forest, there were specks of light flying. These specks of light were extremely small and looked like glowing insects. Some landed on the treetops, and some landed on the leaves. They were silent. A few miles away, Zi-Chan and Ong Wei were heading in this direction. It was the 7th day since they entered the forest. It was peaceful, and they didn't encounter any danger. These specks of light scattered and disappeared. When they reappeared, they were already on top of another ancient tree. They moved as if they were teleporting. Zi-Chin, who was moving forward, suddenly stopped. His expression changed. "What's wrong?" Sensing that Zi-Chan had stopped, Ong Wei turned to look at him. "It seems like we've been targeted," said Zi-Chan with a hint of coldness in his eyes. "Targeted by something?" Ong Wei's expression became vigilant as he looked around. Zi-Chin shook his head and said, "I'm not sure. It's a tiny light spot like a bug. It can hide, and it seems to be able to teleport." The spiritual senses here were still blocked, so Zi-Chin definitely couldn't sense the scene in the distance. Shadowless, who was walking in front, saw everything. Tiny specks of light that looked like bugs. Could it be them? Ong Wei's expression changed. "What?" Zi-Chan looked at Ong Wei. Ong Wei said with a serious expression, "There is a very strange beast called the Space Worm Beast. They are the descendants of the Space Worm King. They are very small, very fast, and good at hiding, and—" Before Ong Wei could finish his words, he disappeared from where he stood. Where he was previously standing, a spot of light expanded and turned into a huge black hole, enveloping him. Zi Chen stood at the back and looked at the scene in front of him. He saw the black hole flash and disappear, turning back into a speck of light. Sure enough, that speck of light was a small insect. However, after it appeared, it immediately disappeared. At this time, Zi Chen felt an abnormal fluctuation behind him. The moment he turned around, he saw a black hole swallowing him. He immediately retreated and used the 9 lightning deaths. The black hole followed him like a shadow. Swoosh! Zi Chen's body trembled slightly. The black hole caught up with him, completely enveloping him and swallowing him. Then, the black hole shrank and turned into a speck of light. It was a tiny bug that emitted light. Zi Chen, who had left behind an afterimage, appeared on the other side. He saw many more specks of light around him. It's them. Zi Chen, be careful. Once you are swallowed, we are doomed. Ong Wei's voice came from the side. Zi Chen's body surged with energy to form a defense. He asked, "What can these little things do?" Every time he was in danger, Zi Chen would ask about the value of these things instead of thinking of ways to kill them. Ong Wei was not surprised at all, so he immediately said, "After killing them, their corpses can be used to refine space spirit rings. The space inside the rings refined from their corpses will be very large, far larger than the ones we normally use." The spirit sense that Ong Wei mentioned could be used by the God Clan. In the God world, it was called a divine ring. Its quality was much higher than that of the spirit rings in Life Stars. Their value isn't that high. Zi Chen frowned slightly. He was a little disappointed. Another devouring power appeared next to him. His body flashed and disappeared from his spot. His spirit sense could extend to several meters away. Within this range, nothing could escape his senses. He was safe. Of course, the value of one of them isn't high. However, there are so many of them. There are tens of thousands of them. The most important one is the Space Worm King. Once you get it and refine it, it's like getting a whole world. At the same time, if you refine the Space Worm King, you can improve your understanding of space. Ong Wei's body flashed. During this time, he swung the long sword in his hand and killed a speck of light. The speck of light was divided into 2, turning into a worm. The worm was about a finger long. It looked like a crystal, releasing dazzling light. How can I find the Worm King? Zi Chen's eyes brightened. He asked again. He didn't take any action. He just kept dodging. No one can find the Worm King, Ong Wei dodged. It's because the Worm King has a strong understanding of space. If it wants to hide, no one can find it, unless it's a heaven-defying luck. However, there's a saying in this area. It's said that if you're swallowed by the spirit worms, you'll go to the Worm King and see it. However, at that time, you'll be refined, not killed. Oh, I see. Zi Chen smiled when he heard that. He was very tempted. Don't mess around, Ong Wei reminded him. Another energy fluctuation appeared behind Zi Chen. Then a black hole appeared. Zi Chen turned around and looked at the black hole. A strange light sparkled in his eyes. Of course, he wouldn't take the risk to enter it. The Saber Ancestor's steel appeared next to him. The Saber Ancestor's steel expanded, blocking in front of Zi Chen. The black hole also expanded rapidly until it swallowed the Saber Ancestor's steel. The Saber Ancestor's steel was closely connected to the saber. The saber spirit's perception was extremely sharp. As long as the Saber Ancestor's steel was in this world, Zi Chen didn't have to worry about losing it. As the Saber Ancestor's steel disappeared, Zi Chen began to attack. One sharp attack after another went straight around, killing the manifested light spots one by one. Soon, the dozens of light spots disappeared. Even the light spot that had swallowed the Saber Ancestor's steel was killed. After the other party died, the Saber Ancestor's steel didn't appear. The crisis was over. Ong Wei's face was full of fear. That was close. Fortunately, you reminded me in time. Otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been hit. Because of Zichen's reminder, Ong Wei was on guard in advance, so he could dodge in time. The two began to pick up the spoils. During this time, Ong Wei thought of the previous scene. He looked at Zichen in confusion and asked, "You don't lack resources, do you? Why take the risk?" Along the way, Zichen had killed a lot of battle beasts, which could be exchanged for a lot of resources. Those resources were enough for Zichen at this stage. Although no one would complain about having too many resources, there was no need to take risks. I have a force. They need a lot of resources to grow. I happen to have a friend who is good at space comprehension and assassination. The spatial worm king is very suitable for him to refine. Thinking of his indifferent friend, Zichen smiled. "Since you're good at hiding and assassination, you should kill the Misty Shadow," Ong Wei said. "As long as you kill the Misty Shadow and get the Rule Shadow skin, your friend's combat strength will increase." Zichen said, "After all, external things are not as important as one's own strength." In Zichen's hand, a light flashed and the saber appeared. The spiritual sense here was blocked, but the saber didn't need spiritual sense to sense the saber ancestor's steel. "Let's go find the spatial worm king," Zichen said. Ong Wei opened his eyes wide and said, "You can really sense it?" Zichen smiled and said, "Of course. If I can't sense it, I'll lose a lot." A saber ancestor's steel was priceless to the people on the Life Star. According to the saber spirit, that place wasn't close. Apparently, that guy was very vigilant. While moving forward, Shadowless shouted, "Zichen, be careful. There are more spatial worm beasts here." The sky-piercing god needle appeared next to Zichen. It was controlled by the god clone. Ong Wei looked at Zichen, whose face suddenly became serious. Zichen said, "Be careful. We're almost there." Then space fluctuated again. Those spatial worm beasts were coming. In an instant, many specks of light appeared around them. Buzz! This time, Zichen didn't wait for them to attack. He controlled the sky-piercing god needle. The sky-piercing god needle turned into a beam of light, dancing unceasingly. Wherever the sky-piercing god needle passed, those black holes disappeared and turned into spatial worm beasts. As they moved forward, they encountered more and more spatial worm beasts. There were so many that Ong Wei's scalp began to tingle. If it wasn't for the fact that Zichen was by his side and that Zichen had killed more than 80% of the spatial worms, he might have already run away. Compared to Ong Wei's numb scalp, Zichen had a faint smile on his face. 1 or 2 space Zerg beasts weren't considered resources, but hundreds of them added together could be considered a considerable amount of resources. As they moved forward, they encountered more spatial worm beasts. There were so many light dots in front of them. The sky-piercing god needle gradually lost its effect. The yin and yang energy around Zichen surged, forming an indiscriminate attack that shook in all directions. Wherever the yin and yang energy passed, those light dots were all extinguished. Ong Wei followed behind him, looking at this scene in shock. Just like that, Zichen slaughtered his way through. The number of spatial insects he killed exceeded 10,000. After moving forward for about 100 miles, he finally stopped. Chapter 2838. There was a huge empty space in front of Zichen, and there was nothing in it. Ong Wei stood behind him and looked ahead. He asked doubtfully, "Are you sure?" He had some understanding of the path of space, but he couldn't sense anything at the moment. Zichen nodded. He wasn't sure, but since the saber spirit was sure, it had to be here. But before Ong Wei could finish his sentence, the surroundings started to change. Ripples appeared in the space, and light spots appeared around them. They were like fireflies flickering. Seeing these light spots, Ong Wei's expression changed drastically. His eyes were filled with horror. The light spots appeared around him and Ziqin, and the closest one was 30 feet away. They kept spreading in all directions. Ziqin stood there without moving. Ong Wei was terrified, and he walked toward Ziqin. The light spots were densely packed, and there were countless of them. To him, this was no longer a resource, but a real disaster. Even if these light spots just stood there without moving, it would take him a long time to kill them. Once they all attacked, who could stop them? What should we do? Ong Wei asked softly, his voice trembling slightly. Wait, Ziqin replied calmly. His great confidence affected Ong Wei, and he calmed down a little. More light spots appeared, and they were all within attack range. There were light spots around them, above them, and even the ground under their feet. They were surrounded, and they could be devoured at any time. Ziqin still didn't move, but a faint smile appeared on his face. Ripples appeared around them, and the space around them rippled. It seemed that these space bugs were ready to attack at any time. Ong Wei's face was filled with horror. Under such circumstances, it was impossible for him to avoid them. As long as these space bugs attacked, he would definitely die. At that moment, Ziqin, who was next to him, moved. His body began to glow, but this time it wasn't powerful energy that was released. It was the power of rules. Boundless power of rules was released, and it formed a wave that spread out in all directions. Ong Wei sensed that there were too many rules in it, so many that he couldn't distinguish them at all. The wave spread out, and the ripples in the space stopped. Even the surrounding space had come to a standstill. The spatial insects either glowed brightly or dimmed. All of them remained motionless. This is spatial freeze? Ong Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. The surrounding space was completely frozen, and the spatial insects in this space were also motionless. 1. On Ziqin's body, the fluctuation of nomological laws expanded once again. This time, the fluctuation contained more than a dozen types of killing nomological laws. The laws swept past the spatial insects that had stopped in their tracks. The light on the surface of their bodies dimmed, revealing their true bodies. Pa! Pa! Their bodies fell to the ground like hailstones, releasing noises, but all of them died. Ong Wei was unable to describe his feelings at the moment. The endless number of space bugs had been killed just like that, and not a single one had survived. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he wouldn't have believed it. But even though he saw it with his own eyes, he still felt like he was dreaming. It wasn't until a gust of wind blew that he recovered from his shock. It was a tornado with a strong suction force, sucking in all the dead spatial insects around it. In the sky, at the end of the tornado, there was a black hole, and all the spatial insects were sucked into that black hole. The tornado disappeared, and the ground was spotless as if it had been swept clean. The surroundings were quiet and empty. It was also extremely clean. Ong Wei stood there motionless. This time he believed Ziqin's words. Ziqin looked ahead, and the smile on his face turned into a sneer. What, you still don't want to show yourself? In Ong Wei's opinion, he only said one sentence and didn't do anything else. However, the space in front of them began to distort, and a strong fluctuation spread out. Ong Wei's robe fluttered, and the previously clean surroundings were filled with dust. He squinted his eyes and stared ahead. The space in front of them was suddenly torn apart by a huge force. A huge black hole suddenly appeared in the torn space, and a strong suction force fell on the two of them. Ong Wei still didn't know what was going on. He only saw a huge force coming from beside him, and then this force brought him back. Beside his ears was a whistling wind, and in front of him was a black hole that kept extending outwards. Just like that, after retreating for a few miles, the black hole finally disappeared. Ziqin landed on the ground and let go of Ong Wei's arm. Ong Wei's face was filled with fear, and his eyes were fixed on the front. He saw a huge insect king that was over 100 feet long, and its body was surging with strong fluctuations of laws. Mother Nest. After seeing the real body of the spatial insect king, Ziqin blurted out, This spatial insect king looked very similar to the mother nest, but it wasn't as big as the mother nest. However, it had a strong understanding of spatial laws. It does look a little like the mother nest, but it's not the mother nest, Ongwei said. As a member of the sky race, he was very calm when talking about the mother nest. Zichen was a little surprised. It seemed that the sky race were all hatched by the mother nest, so they shouldn't be so casual. Even the sky race shouldn't call the mother nest by its name. It should be called a high-level creature. Ongwei didn't know what Zichen was thinking at this time. Obviously, it was the first time he saw the spatial insect king. His face was full of shock, and then he said, "Compared to the mother nest, it's more aggressive." At this time, the huge body of the spatial insect king landed on the ground. Its cold eyes were filled with a fierce light, and there seemed to be some kind of pain. In its abdomen, there was a strong fluctuation of space, and at the same time, there seemed to be a living thing struggling in its abdomen, causing its abdomen to bulge. Zichen knew that it was not a living thing, but the Saber Ancestors' tablet's counterattack. Die! His eyes turned cold bit by bit. With a tap of his foot, he rushed forward. The power of laws that had been flowing on the surface of his body disappeared, and it was replaced by the power of yin and yang. Ongwei was shocked at first that Zichen had two completely opposite powers, but now he was used to it. A sharp light of yin and yang appeared in front of Zichen and swept forward. On the surface of the spatial insect king's body, the spatial rules surged, and then it immediately formed a spatial light shield, blocking in front of it. However, as it condensed this light shield, the pain in its eyes became more and more obvious, and its huge body kept twisting. Whoosh! Zichen's attack pierced into the spatial light shield. It disappeared like a clay ox entering the sea. Clearly, this attack had been transferred to another space by the power of space. Perhaps somewhere in this area, there would suddenly be a powerful attack. Interesting. Seeing this, Zichen smiled faintly and immediately retreated. As he retreated, there were rays of yin and yang light falling from his body. These rays of light quickly gathered in the air and turned into palm-sized thunder lotuses. Thousands of thunder lotuses flew down. The defensive light shield was still expanding, trying to cover all of the thunder lotuses. During this period, when half of the thunder lotuses were absorbed, Zichen's spiritual thoughts moved, and the rest of the thunder lotuses exploded. Boom! 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 Boom after boom resounded between heaven and earth, and powerful waves continued to spread. The exploding power of yin and yang emitted destructive waves that swept forward. The light shield of laws instantly exploded, and at the same time, the thunder lotuses in the void that were previously absorbed also exploded. In front of Ongwei, there was a dazzling light. The destructive power of yin and yang completely enveloped the spatial insect king, and he could faintly hear the screeching of the spatial insect king. Looking at the scene in front of him, Zichen frowned slightly. Then he stretched out his left and right hands, and two rays of energy, light appeared and quickly merged. It was still yin and yang thunder lotuses, but this time they were much more powerful than the previous ones. The power of yin and yang kept pouring in and compressing, and the light became darker and darker. Wave after wave spread out, and a powerful aura surged. When Ongwei felt this wave, his expression changed drastically, and he quickly retreated. Just this wave alone was extremely terrifying. What would happen if he was hit by the thunder lotuses? Just as Ongwei was shocked, he saw the violent energy in front of him gradually dissipate, and the spatial insect king appeared. The laws around its body were still shining brightly, and it didn't seem to be injured at all. However, its eyes seemed to be in pain, and its abdomen was completely swollen. A powerful and violent aura suddenly resounded between heaven and earth, releasing terrifying waves. The yin and yang thunder lotuses in front of Zichen flew towards the spatial insect king. The thunder lotuses spun forward, and the deep light of yin and yang illuminated the surroundings. Everywhere it passed, the space was crazily distorted, as if it could be torn apart at any time. The spatial insect king was extremely sensitive to space, and it felt the threat of death from this thunder lotuses. Its body kept struggling, and its head suddenly disappeared and reappeared, trying to escape. However, the swollen part of its abdomen seemed to have merged with the space, making it impossible for it to hide in other spaces to escape. Obviously, it was trapped. The yin and yang thunder lotuses arrived, and the intense light reflected the frightened expression of the spatial insect king. Boom! The thunder lotuses expanded and then exploded, and an even more terrifying wave of yin and yang energy appeared. This wave spread out, and a thick layer of the ground was lifted up. The sand that flew up was instantly crushed by the energy and turned into dust. Ong Wei retreated even further. He had to retreat, or the waves would hurt him. At this moment, he was extremely shocked by Zi Chen's combat strength. The energy in front of him was still surging, and the spatial insect king's painful screams became clearer and clearer, and more shrill until they disappeared. The violent waves gradually disappeared, and only some energy remained. The spatial insect king's body appeared, but it was already motionless. Its swollen abdomen became very tall, as if there was a mountain there. Zi Chen's body descended, and he walked towards the spatial insect king with a smile on his face. He walked in front of the spatial insect king. Whoosh! The space beside him suddenly surged, and Zi Chen turned around in surprise, and the smile on his face froze. Chapter 2839. In Zi Chen's world, the divine clone sat cross-legged with divine light swirling around his body. Suddenly, the divine light around his body dissipated in an instant. The surging aura also disappeared in an instant. This vibrant world withered in an instant, as if a blazing hot summer had turned into a deathly cold winter. The plants withered, the rivers dried up, and the world turned yellow. The world became chaotic, and a sandstorm filled the sky, with violent lightning dancing in it. The divine clone's eyes widened, and his face was full of shock. In an instant, nearly half of the world's vitality disappeared. In fact, he had even lost half of his vitality. Such an unforeseen event made him think of a certain possibility. In a short instant, so much of the world's vitality was lost. Something must have happened to his real body. Fortunately, the world's vitality did not completely disappear. After the vitality stopped flowing, the world began to absorb the vitality outside. The withered, yellow, and dilapidated world became full of vitality again. The divine clone's dim light also became bright again, and the vitality that had disappeared was quickly restored. Obviously, the crisis of his real body was resolved. Ong Wei stared ahead, his eyes full of shock. His forward steps had already stopped. After seeing Zi Chen kill the spatial Worm King, he was shocked, but also happy for Zi Chen. Seeing Zi Chen walking toward the spatial Worm King, he also prepared to go forward. But at that moment, an unforeseen event happened. A ripple appeared in the space behind Zi Chen. Zi Chen sensed it and turned his head in confusion. There was even a hint of a smile on his face. Just as his head turned halfway around, his head was separated from his body. His headless body spurted out blood, which was golden in color. Behind Zi Chen, a ray of light flashed and disappeared. Ong Wei saw clearly that it was a person, a shadow assassin. Ong Wei cried out in alarm, and his footsteps came to a halt. His eyes were full of shock and anger. He did not expect to encounter such an existence. Shadow assassins were originally good at assassination. In addition, they also had the Misty Shadow Law, which allowed them to hide in this space. No wonder Zi Chen didn't sense the danger earlier. Zi Chen's strength had left a deep impression on him. He was shocked. He didn't expect that he would be killed in one move by this assassin. Zi Chen was dead. There was anger on his face, but there was also a hint of fear. Damn it, I met such an interesting person here, and he was killed by you. Ong Wei was enraged. Light flashed in his hand, and the water-like, sort of cold light appeared. Come at me if you dare. He gripped his sword tightly and slowly closed his eyes. His chest that was heaving up and down because of anger gradually calmed down, and his mood also slowly became tranquil. His senses became sharper. His soul seemed to have merged with the void. He could clearly feel the wind blowing and the grass moving around him. Ong Wei didn't dare to move forward because he couldn't sense his opponent's presence while he was moving forward. Therefore, he could only wait here. He didn't even dare to collect Zi Chen's body. If the other party did not come up, there was nothing he could do. He could only wait. This was the terrifying thing about shadow assassins. They were invisible and traceless, and even some special eye techniques couldn't detect them. Of course, if the other party came forward, he wasn't 100% sure that he could kill him. He only had a 50% chance. Either he killed the other party, or he would be killed. That was close. Just as he was waiting for the shadow assassin to come to him, he suddenly heard Zi Chen's voice. He opened his eyes in surprise and saw that Zi Chen's decapitated body was glowing, and he had already stood up. The head that was originally separated from the body was now healed. Zi Chen Yut? Seeing Zi Chen rubbing his neck and shaking his head, Ong Wei looked as if he had seen a ghost. I'm not dead. I'm just a little scared. Zi Chen continued rubbing his neck as he looked at Ong Wei in front of him. You're really not dead. Ong Wei still couldn't believe it. He walked forward and stared at Zi Chen. I almost died. Zi Chen said angrily, damn it. Usually, I'm the one chopping off other people's heads. I didn't expect to be chopped off by someone else today. It was really painful. It seems that when I chop people in the future, I have to be faster. I can't leave others in pain. Hearing Zi Chen's words, Ong Wei didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Was he being considerate? So he asked, Are you really okay? I'm fine. Zi Chen shook his head and put down the hand that was rubbing his neck. This is a good thing. I was too proud before. That attack almost took half of my life. This was true. In an instant, Zi Chen's powerful soul was destroyed. If it weren't for the fact that he was connected to the world and shared his soul with his avatar, he would have died. This time, it could be considered a wake-up call for him. It was also a lesson. Did you see what it was? Zi Chen asked. It was a shadow assassin, Ong Wei said. Zi Chen asked, Is it the thing you said that borrowed the Shadamis law? That's right. Ong Wei nodded and said, Our battle must have caused too much of a commotion and attracted him. That's really bad luck. I believe he has already run away, right? Zi Chen said, a little disheartened. Not necessarily. If he is hiding around, we won't be able to find him, Ong Wei said. Who cares? While speaking, Zi Chen turned around and walked toward the spatial Worm King. It seemed that he really didn't care about the existence in the dark. His hand moved in front of him, and a golden finger light separated the spatial Worm King's body. The Saber Ancestors' tablet appeared in the middle. Fortunately, I have this. Otherwise, it would have been extremely difficult to kill the Worm King. Zi Chen said aloud and took away the spatial Worm King's body. The spatial Worm King had a very deep understanding of space. At the last moment, it wanted to run away, but it was tightly controlled by the Saber Ancestors' tablet. Seeing that Zi Chen was so relaxed, Ong Wei was very puzzled. He still didn't let his guard down and was vigilant of the surroundings. At the same time, he also reminded Zi Chen, Be careful. That guy is probably still nearby. Zi Chen shook his head and said mockingly, Impossible. That idiot didn't kill me with a sneak attack. He was scared away long ago. How could he have the guts to follow me? Is he waiting for death? Just as Ong Wei was about to say something, rays of light suddenly appeared around Zi Chen's body one after another. At the same time, the Saber Ancestor's tablet in front of him immediately flew backward. Black holes appeared in the sky one after another, and in those black holes, pieces of the Saber Ancestor's tablet fell one after another. 8 pieces of the Saber Ancestor's tablet appeared in all directions, forming a saber domain that sealed the space. The smile on Zi Chen's face turned cold at this moment. This was the real Zi Chen. Since his head was chopped off and he almost died, how could he just let it go? The saber domain sealed the void, and he believed that the other party couldn't escape. Of course, the premise was that he didn't leave in the first place. In the face of Zi Chen's disdainful mockery, it was unlikely that the other party would leave. After all, he had the upper hand. How could he endure such disdain and mockery? Wei stared at Zi Chen in front of him with wide eyes. Obviously, he didn't expect Zi Chen to do such a thing. Feeling the oppressive aura in the domain, Wei asked in confusion, "What's the use of this? We can't find him at all." Zi Chen revealed a cold smile and said, "As long as he's still here, he has to die." As soon as Zi Chen's voice fell, the precepts once again surrounded his body. These precepts formed ripples that spread out in all directions. The ripples surged out and swept past Wei. These precepts had no offensive power, and he had an indescribable feeling in his heart. He turned his head and looked around. Soon his eyes widened. A person appeared in front of him. That person's body was emitting light spots, and he was less than 10 feet away from him. In that person's hand was a sharp black blade. A pair of cold eyes stared in front of him. After seeing the change in Wei's expression, his cold eyes also changed. There was a look of disbelief in his eyes. Zi Chen turned around and looked at him. He smiled and said, "What do you think?" The god who appeared had a look of disbelief on his face. He immediately retreated. After leaving the range of the precepts, his figure disappeared again. Buzz! The precepts continued to expand and covered the entire blade domain. The figure retreated again and again. Finally, he retreated to the edge of the blade domain. As expected, he couldn't successfully leave the domain. Zi Chen looked at him quietly. Wei's face was full of shock. As for the figure, he looked very frightened. Zi Chen looked at him and said indifferently, "What do you think?" "Go to hell." The figure's expression changed. The fear in his eyes turned into cold, murderous intent. He held a sharp blade and immediately rushed toward Zi Chen. As he rushed forward, the energy around him surged and twisted. However, it didn't disperse the precepts around him. At this time, there was only one thought in his mind, and that was to leave alive. Zi Chen looked at the figure who was rushing forward. He stretched out 2 fingers and made a chopping motion. The 8 saber ancestor steels trembled and released a misty light. The saber flowed from them and poured into the air above Zi Chen's head, forming a saber aura surrounded by saber will. The saber aura fell, and a powerful pressure swept through the domain. Wei felt as if a mountain was pressing on his heart. It was extremely uncomfortable. As a bystander, he felt so uncomfortable. What about the assassin who was the target of the attack? He looked forward and found that his opponent's speed had slowed down instantly. His face was full of horror. Facing the falling saber aura, he raised the sharp blade in his hand and stabbed toward the saber aura. Whoosh! The saber aura fell, and the light on the sharp blade disappeared instantly. A deep crack appeared on the ground, extending to the end of the domain. The assassin stopped. The horror in his eyes faded little by little. A bloody mark appeared between his eyebrows and extended downward. Why bother? Zi Chen glanced at his opponent. With a flash of brilliance, the blade domain dissipated, and the 8 saber ancestor steels disappeared. The assassin's body fell backward. Chapter 2840. Looking at the dead shadow assassin, Wei's face was still filled with disbelief. Shadow assassins were like shadows. They were the biggest threat in this forest. Because they were invisible, once targeted, it would be very troublesome. They could even be sentenced to death. However, in front of Ziqin, this shadow assassin was so weak. Even the shadow assassin's powerful concealment ability was nothing in front of Ziqin. Along the way, there seemed to be nothing that could threaten Ziqin. His opponent's strength had exceeded his expectations time and time again. If he wanted to kill Ziqin, it would be very easy. However, he had followed him and saved him when he was in danger. It was all for a deal. He was really an interesting person. Wei stepped forward and squatted down beside the dead shadow assassin. He reached out his hand and floated 3 inches in front of the corpse's chest. A light appeared from his palm and fell on the shadow assassin's body. As the light changed, the shadow assassin's corpse turned into a pure crystal. At the same time, a dazzling brilliance emerged from the crystallized body of the shadow assassin. Within the brilliance was a strange leather. It rippled like water and released an extremely strong fluctuation of law. This is it. Wei grabbed the leather and said, "This was refined from the dead misty shadow. Only with this can one become a shadow assassin." Ziqin looked at the leather and asked, "Can I kill the misty shadow with this?" Wei shook his head and said, "That's not possible. The misty shadow is a very strange existence. People here have tried many methods, but they can't kill it. Occasionally, one person can kill the misty shadow, but after many people prove that it was just a coincidence. There is no fixed method to kill it. Many people studied the misty shadow law, but they couldn't find anything. In the end, they could only refine the misty shadow law and turn it into a powerful concealment method." Wei handed the misty shadow law to Ziqin and said, "Here, with this, you won't have to worry about the shadow assassin sneaking up on you. After refining it, you will be able to sense the shadow assassins in advance and avoid them in advance." "I'll give it to you," said Ziqin. "What?" Wei was stunned. "I'll give it to you," said Ziqin again. Wei said, "Do you know how valuable this thing is? This is something that can only be found by chance. Every time it appears, it will be fought over. Even if you offer 50 beast bone weapons, you won't be able to get it." Ziqin said in surprise, "It's that valuable?" "Of course." Wei said, "That's great, to be able to afford this kind of thing. I believe this guy must be very rich." Ziqin waved his hand and rolled up the crystal on the ground. There was a divine ring in the crystal, but he didn't take the law of mist from Wei's hand. "You." Wei stared at Ziqin, dumbfounded. "You are the second friend I have made on this battlefield, and also the first friend of the Tian clan. Giving you a mere little toy is nothing. If you don't feel good about it, then just treat it as a deal between us. Although that thorn is useless to me, it's something from my hometown. It's priceless to me." Ziqin looked at Wei and smiled. "Let's not talk about a mere toy. Even if you ask for 100 or 80 of them, I'll get them for you." Wei clearly wasn't a pretentious person. He smiled and said, "If that's the case, then I'll accept it. Of course. What's more valuable than this is your friendship." The two looked at each other and laughed, then continued forward. Everything was just as Wei said. The refined law shadow skin was extremely valuable, and those who could afford to buy the rule shadow skin were also extremely wealthy. Ziqin found a lot of resources in the other party's divine ring. There were dozens of level 7 tokens, not including the level 5 and level 6 tokens. There were no less than 100 beast bone weapons, and there were also many half-beastmen corpses. Clearly, the harvest this time was extremely bountiful. Wei quickly refined the law shadow skin. With a thought, Wei's figure disappeared. "It's amazing!" Shadowless, who had been watching the scene from the side, exclaimed when he saw Wei disappear. He didn't notice when Ziqin was attacked, and he didn't notice the hidden shadow assassin after that. Ziqin nodded in agreement. This battlefield was amazing, but this place was even more amazing. Ong Wei's figure appeared again. He was very satisfied with the lost shadow skin. He smiled and said, "Looks like I've become a shadow assassin too." Zichen smiled and said, "Then you have to be merciful." The two continued forward. This time there was a shadow assassin beside them. The dangerous path ahead was no longer full of threats. A half-beastman appeared in front of Zichen's line of sight. He held a beast bone in his hand and seemed to be looking for prey. He noticed Zichen and turned around to stare at him. After staring at each other for 2 breaths, the half-beastman rushed forward and attacked Zichen. Zichen stood there without moving, quietly watching the half-beastman approach. The two were still dozens of feet apart when a fishy smell assaulted their nostrils. The beast bone fell from above, and a sharp whistling sound came from the forest. Zichen still didn't move. A shadow suddenly appeared beside the half-beastman, and then a ray of light entered his temple. The light flashed, and the shadow disappeared again. The whistling beast bone smashed into the ground, and the ground shook. A ripple rippled through Zichen's black robe. The half-beastman's body fell, and the ground shook again. Looking at the dead half-beastman, Ong Wei, who had been hiding in the dark, revealed himself. He was very satisfied with his performance. The weapon in his hand was changed to the dead shadow assassin's weapon. It was more suitable for assassination. After collecting the corpse, the two continued forward. Half a month later, Ong Wei told him that he sensed the aura of another shadow assassin. After a simple confrontation, the other side chose to retreat. The two of them traveled through the forest for a year. During this year, they also encountered other divine and celestial races. In a place like this, tokens didn't distinguish between factions. Since the two sides met, naturally a battle would break out. And with Ong Wei, the shadow assassin, by his side, no one could threaten Zichen. While moving forward, the two of them had accumulated a lot of resources. One day, a bright light appeared in front of the forest. Seeing the long-awaited sunlight, Ong Wei said happily, "We're out. We're finally out." Zichen nodded. Along the way, the gloomy aura in the forest made even him feel uncomfortable. The two of them walked forward into the light. The sun shone down, and the warmth dispersed the moldy smell on the two of them. "Where's that trade city?" Zichen looked into the distance and asked. "Just go straight in, but we have to be careful. The danger here is even more terrifying than the forest," Ong Wei said. Zichen nodded. This time he didn't have any more resources to break through, so he urgently needed to go to the trade city to exchange for some. After that, he planned to find a safe place to go into seclusion for a long time. Then he would work hard to cultivate and try to break through again. This place was even more dangerous than the forest, but if he was lucky, there was a high chance he wouldn't run into any danger. And with Shadowless scouting ahead, Zichen avoided some trouble. Half a month later, Zichen saw a city. It was a very big city, and it was the only city in the area. Above the city, there was a protective array. Outside the array, there was a godly light like a chain. This was a level 9 general city. It was a city built by the divine race. Ong Wei looked at the city in the distance and said, "There have always been rumors that the master of this city is a divine general, but no one has ever seen him." People came in and out of the city. There were divine races and divine races. The two forces that were once enemies coexisted peacefully here. The two of them walked forward. Along the way, Ong Wei took out 2 tokens. When they reached the city gate, Zichen noticed that there were 2 divine race people guarding the gate. Those who entered would give them tokens. Seeing the confusion in Zichen's eyes, Ong Wei explained, "This is the entrance fee. 1 token for level 7, 2 tokens for level 8, and 3 tokens for level 9. No one dares to go against this rule. But as long as you enter the city, no one dares to do anything. Many people who are seriously injured and on the verge of death will choose to recuperate here." Just as Ong Wei was speaking, not far from Zichen, a flash of light appeared. It was a transmission array, but it was only a temporary one. A celestial appeared, and when he appeared, he coughed up large mouthfuls of blood. His aura was clearly very weak. He ignored his injuries and immediately walked forward. After taking out 2 tokens, he went into the city. Some of the surrounding people were clearly not surprised by this scene. "Let's go," Ong Wei said. The 2 of them walked forward. During this time, Ong Wei gave him 2 tokens. Obviously, he also took Zi Chen's token. The 2 8th-grade divine generals guarding the city gate looked at the 2 of them in surprise. It seemed that this kind of situation was rare. After entering the city, Zi Chen saw many god race and celestial race. He suspected that all the level 7, 8, and 9 experts on the battlefield had come here. After all, compared to the outside world, there were more resources here. After the 2 of them walked in, they didn't attract much attention. "Let's go. There's a plaza over there. There are people trading in the plaza. Let's go and trade with them. Of course, we can also go to those shops to trade, but the price is often deliberately lowered." Along the way, Zi Chen did see some shops. These shops weren't big. Most of them only had 1 floor. There were very few with 2 floors. Zi Chen even found places to stay and eat. It seemed that no matter the time, there were people who knew how to enjoy life. When they passed by those shops, Zi Chen could see the colorful lights. Obviously, the things being traded were very exquisite. The 2 of them didn't enter those shops. Instead, they went directly to the plaza. Chapter 2841. The trading in the square was about exchanging items with each other, taking advantage of each other, and getting what they needed. During this period, the process of exchanging resources was saved. Zi Chen's gaze swept across the stalls and found that the things here were much more exquisite than what he saw outside. Most of the people trading were at the 8th level, and there were no 7s at all. There were many people setting up stalls, and even more people trading. The god race and the celestial race coexisted peacefully, and the upper echelons were bargaining. If he had not seen it with his own eyes, he would not have believed it. Zi Chen saw battle armors made of giant crocodile skin. Those battle armors were no longer rough and were extremely exquisite, with an earthy yellow luster flowing on the surface. These battle armors looked excellent, and their defense was stronger than the crude ones. Of course, the price was also very good. Some of these battle armors were made by myself, and some were used before. Now that their levels are high, they are no longer used. These battle armors have been reforged, and their quality is extremely high. Unfortunately, they are too cumbersome. Seeing Zi Chen's gaze fall on those battle armors, Ao Wei said aloud. He wanted to buy a defensive battle armor this time, but it was not this cumbersome giant crocodile battle armor, but a softer one, a light battle armor. Because he had the rule shadow skin, he was now a shadow assassin. He paid attention to being light and agile and killing with 1 strike. The things traded in the outside world could be seen in this square, and the quality of these things was even higher, including those divine spirit pills. Zi Chen's gaze swept across them one by one, and he saw many strange pills, and many of them were not in the camp. Zi Chen followed Ong Wei and walked forward, not stopping along the way. Ao Wei turned back and asked in confusion, "Is there anything you like here?" Zi Chen shook his head. At present, he needed everything except cultivation resources. He had a saber, and he did not need the defense that others needed because he had the world. At present, there were no cultivation resources for breaking through. Most of them were consumable resources such as weapons, defense, or pills. Thinking about it, these were almost all 8th level traders. Even if they had cultivation resources, they would use them for themselves. Why would they take them out to trade? The cultivation resources Zi Chen needed could only be exchanged in those shops. Sure enough, after arriving here, Zi Chen did not see anyone exchange for tokens from different factions. Clearly, Tokens were interchangeable here. Halfway through the square, Ong Wei finally found the soft armor that he was interested in. It was a soft armor made of a special material. It was extremely soft and emitted a faint blue light. Its defense was comparable to the giant crocodile armor. Of course, the price was not low either. It cost 8 level 7 black tokens. If this price was converted into a level 5 black order, it would be 800 pieces, which was equivalent to the lives of 800 level 5 black order warlords. The black tokens traded here all had names, and each token corresponded to a black token master. Now, a single piece of armor was equivalent to exchanging the lives of 800 Black Order generals. If a Black Order warrior wanted to obtain a Black Order, he would need a large amount of battle contributions. During this period of time, he would have to kill countless enemy forces. It could be said that a Black Order was stained with a lot of blood. Now that he had 800 pieces, it was obvious how valuable they were. Ong Wei did not have enough tokens, but he had other resources that he could exchange with the Black Token Master. However, the Black Token Master was not very willing, because the resources on Ong Wei were not very attractive to the Black Token Master, including the beast bone weapons. Here you are. While the two sides were still bargaining, Zi Chen took out 8 level 7 black tokens and gave them to the Black Token Master. The Black Token Master took a look at the tokens, then glanced at Zi Chen in surprise and handed the soft armor to Ong Wei. I will exchange some tokens and return them to you later. Ong Wei took the soft armor and said embarrassedly. Zi Chen said, "No, you can just give me the resources. Don't you want to exchange them?" Ong Wei looked at Zi Chen in surprise. After all, he had just lost 8 level 7 black tokens. There is nothing I need here, so the tokens are useless. Zi Chen pointed at the shops in the distance and said, "I have to go there and have a look." "Let's go together." Ong Wei came here just to exchange for the soft armor with defensive properties. In addition, he also wanted to exchange for some cultivation resources. He had already noticed the inconvenience of this kind of trade, so now he had to follow Zi Chen to those shops. Whether it was resources or tokens, they could be exchanged, even if they were low-level resources. It was just that the price was not good. "Are there any good shops?" Zi Chen looked at Ong Wei. Ong Wei shook his head and said, "I haven't been to any of these shops, so I don't know." Zi Chen nodded and said, "Then let's go to the biggest one." The biggest shop usually represented fairness and safety. Of course, it was not absolute. Sometimes small shops were more honest. However, to be able to build a shop in this place, none of them were weak, so Zi Chen picked the biggest one. In this case, the other party would often care more about their reputation and would not do anything extreme. After all, there were too many warlords gathered here, and the daily transaction volume was huge. With so many shops, the competition would obviously be fierce. "Thank you for just now. What resources do you need?" Ong Wei asked as they walked. "Beast bones," Zi Chen said. Along the way, Ong Wei had killed many beastmen, so he had a lot of beast bone weapons. Zi Chen asked for these weapons because he did not plan to exchange them for other resources. Instead, he wanted to buy some more here, because they were tough enough. If he brought them back and let the craftsman ancestor refine them, they would be weapons even stronger than sacred weapons. The craftsman ancestor was the undisputed #1 person on the life star when it came to refining weapons. In addition, he also planned to bring back some beastman corpses to see if he could refine them into pills similar to the divine spirit pill. If the life star wanted to develop smoothly in the god realm, everything needed to be controlled. "Quick! There is a level 8 shadow skin for sale." An exclamation suddenly came from the distance, followed by the sound of running footsteps. Hearing this exclamation, Ong Wei's expression immediately changed. Hearing this, Zi Chen looked forward and saw many divine generals and Tian clan running towards a shop in front of them. A level 8 shadow skin. Zi Chen frowned. There are different levels of shadow skins. Of course, the higher the level, the better the concealment method. I have a level 7 shadow skin, but the highest level here is level 8. Of course, there are level 9 mist shadows here, but no one has been able to kill one so far, so there are no level 9 shadow skins for sale. Ong Wei said, if one obtains a level 8 shadow skin, their battle strength will instantly soar, and they will become the best among level 8 experts. Now that this news has spread, I'm afraid that level 8 shadow skin will be sold for a sky-high price. The two of them also walked forward. Along the way, there were many people walking forward. A level 8 shadow skin was useful to everyone, so in this situation, there would definitely be competition. Since they are selling the shadow skin, does it mean that they have a way to refine it? Ziqin asked. The shadow skin came from the mist shadows after they were killed, and it needed to be refined before it could be used. In Ziqin's world, his divine avatar had tried to refine it, but it had never succeeded. Clearly, refining the shadow skin was like refining tools, and there had to be a correct method. Under normal circumstances, that is the case, Ong Wei said. Then let's go take a look. Ziqin, now, had dozens of shadow skins on him. He didn't know what their level was, but if he took them out, it would definitely cause a commotion, and it might even bring trouble. Therefore, he only wanted to obtain the refining method and didn't want to expose other secrets. When they entered, there were already many people gathered in the shop. Fortunately, there were spatial techniques to expand this place, or it would have collapsed long ago. In the center of the shop, there was a temporary high platform, and on the high platform stood an old man. He held a refined shadow skin in his hand. It was only the size of a palm, and it was very shiny. At the same time, the shadow skin flickered in and out of the light. Just by looking at it, the quality was much higher than the one Ong Wei had. It was as if the old man's hand would disappear immediately if he touched it. Everyone, this is a level 8 shadow skin refined by a level 8 mist shadow. This shop, or even this exchange, only has one. Now, I'm going to sell it to a fated person, and the price is 1 level 8 black order. The old man said. Ziqin noticed that the old man was a Protoss, but he couldn't sense his realm. Although this price was the selling price, there were so many people here that there would definitely be a scramble. This transaction was more like an auction. The so-called fated person would get it for the highest price. Moreover, this price couldn't be calculated using the life of a level 5 Black Order warlord, because it was too much. 2 pieces. Someone immediately said. 3 pieces. 5 pieces. Hearing these numbers, Ziqin was unmoved. As long as it wasn't calculated using the life of a level 5 Black Order warlord, this price was actually not high. At this moment, it was only equivalent to killing 5 level 8 Black Order warlords. Ong Wei, who was beside him, was very excited, but he didn't bid. This was because all the resources he had were not enough to exchange for a level 8 Black Order. 8 pieces. The price rose again, and there was almost no pause. 9 pieces. 10 pieces. The price was still rising. Ziqin was a little embarrassed. Killing a level 8 mist shadow could be exchanged for so many Black Orders. This price was simply unbelievable. 15 pieces. 18 pieces. 20 pieces. The price was still rising. Ong Wei said excitedly, "If we can kill a mist shadow, then we'll be rich. Not to mention level 8. Even if we can kill a level 7, we'll make a lot of money." 50 pieces. This was the final price, and it had to be said that it was very high. It was bought by a level 8 Celestial. This price was extremely high, and very few people could take out so many Black Orders at once. However, once he obtained the level 8 Shadow Skin, he believed that it wouldn't be long before he could earn back these resources. After the transaction, everyone left in a hurry. Obviously, they were worried that they would be targeted by the other party. Because the other party had just lost 50 level 8 Black Orders, perhaps he would assassinate 50 level 8s next. Chapter 2842. After the transaction, all the level 8 experts left in a hurry. They were worried that the buyer would remember them. The buyer who got the level 8 shadow skin also left quickly. Others were worried about him, but he was also on guard against others. Possessing the Law Shadow skin was equivalent to becoming a shadow assassin, but no one could guarantee that a shadow assassin was invincible. In this area, there were quite a few examples of assassins being killed by others. Everyone was retreating and leaving, but Zi-Chen was walking forward. The God Race Elder noticed Zi-Chen. There weren't many level 7 experts who could come here, and there weren't many who could come here and trade in the shops. Senior, may I ask you a question? Zi-Chen asked in a very courteous manner. What question? The God Race Elder looked at Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen looked around and didn't see anyone else, but he still chose to send a message. The Elder heard Zi-Chen's request, and his expression changed slightly. He asked, "How did you get it?" "I don't know." Zi-Chen shook his head and said, "When I first came here, I was attacked, but I couldn't see that thing. After a battle, I don't know what happened, but it died and then changed. 5 level 7 black tokens as revenge." The old man from the God clan revealed an inexplicable smile. "Okay, I'll have to trouble you to help me exchange all these tokens for Sky Race Black tokens." Zi-Chen nodded and took out the God Race tokens. There were hundreds of level 5, level 6, and level 7 tokens, and there were quite a lot of them. Some of the level 7 tokens were obtained in Battle Spirit World, and some were obtained by killing the level 7 experts who wanted to kill him. The rest were found in the spatial spirit rings. Among them, the Shadow Assassin had obtained the most. He should have killed a lot of level 7 experts. The total number of 7th grade tokens added up to nearly 40 pieces, which was not a small number. "Not bad, huh?" The Elder glanced at Zi-Chen and said indifferently, "I was just lucky." Zi-Chen laughed dryly. After all, this was a token from the same faction, so it wasn't something to be proud of. Not far away, Ong Wei was also shocked by the number of tokens. However, when he thought about how powerful Zi-Chen was, it seemed that obtaining these tokens was not a big deal. Things. After keeping the token, the old man waved at Zi-Chen again. A Rule Shadow skin appeared in Zi-Chen's hand. This was the complete Rule Shadow skin, and it flashed with brilliance. When Ao Wei saw the complete Law Shadow skin, his expression changed. He hadn't expected Zi-Chen to possess such an item. 7th rank Shadow skin. Looks like your luck is pretty good. The old man kept the shadow skin and walked towards the counter. He walked to the side of the counter and took out tokens of the same value. During this period of time, he did not embezzle anything. "Senior, I need that thing urgently," Zi-Chen said. "Can I wait here?" "Sure, come back in 3 days," the old man said indifferently. "Thank you, Senior." Zi-Chen cupped his fists and thanked him. Then he asked, "Senior, may I ask if you sell the recipe for the God's spiritual pill?" When the old man heard this, he looked up at Zi-Chen in surprise. "I have a friend who likes to concoct some pills. The quality of this divine pill is very high, and it is extremely special. I want to buy a pill formula for him and see if he can concoct it." Zi-Chen explained, "The God spiritual pills that are circulating in the world are very crude because they don't have a good recipe, so the effects are greatly affected. What we have here is refined with a real recipe, and the quality is excellent. Of course, these things are extremely precious and can't be sold privately." The old man from the God clan said, "However, everything in the world has a price. The price also depends on the price. If you can get me another shadow skin like this, I can give you the complete pill formula." When Zi-Chen heard this, he couldn't help but smile bitterly. "That thing is very special and very difficult to kill. It looks like I have no fate with this recipe." Then he bid farewell to Ong Wei and agreed to come back in 3 days. During these 3 days, Zi-Chen would stay here. After leaving, Ong Wei didn't ask why Zi-Chin had a level 7 shadow skin because he understood that the walls have ears. It is said that the recipe can only be refined by a very high-level divine apothecary. In this trading ground, there are no more than 5 such people. Perhaps there is only one. Even if you have the recipe, you can't refine it, Ong Wei said, unless you have a very powerful divine apothecary by your side. A very powerful divine apothecary? Zi-Chen was stunned when he heard this. Suddenly, a light flashed through his mind. He didn't know any divine apothecaries in the divine world, but he knew one on the life star. That person was a natural-born alchemist. That person was the cauldron spirit of the everlasting Dan Cauldron. During the war with the alien races, if it wasn't for the cauldron spirits' large-scale refinement of elixirs, they would have suffered great casualties. Thinking of the cauldron spirit, Zi-Chen naturally couldn't forget about the everlasting Dan Cauldron. Currently, that cauldron should still be in the Lightning Divine Palace. He was somewhat vexed that he had actually forgotten such an important thing when he summoned the Lightning Divine Palace. At the same time, he was also somewhat glad that he had thought of the cauldron spirit at this time. The cauldron spirit's attainments in refinement of elixirs were definitely the best on the life star. He could identify the composition of any random elixir given to him. Perhaps he didn't even need a recipe. He could refine an elixir with the same effect just by dissecting a single elixir. While he was vexed, his mood also became better. At the same time, he made up his mind that as long as he returned, he would definitely take back the everlasting Dan Cauldron from the Lightning Divine Palace. Zi-Chin shook his head and said, "That's true. That friend of mine doesn't have a very high level. I'll just give him a random recipe when I return." After leaving the shop, the two went to the plaza to look around and see if they could find anything good. During this time, Zi-Chun discovered some animal bones. The value of those animal bones was very low. They had not been refined. Of course, the price was slightly higher than what the shops could sell them for. Zi-Chin did not hesitate and bought all of them. Looking at Zi-Chin, who was looking for goods, Ong Wei suddenly felt that he was very pitiful. His eyes were filled with pity. Zi-Chen's battle strength was very strong, and he had a lot of resources on him. However, he was still purchasing resources that were of no use to him. It was as if he didn't think for himself. It was all for that faction. What's wrong? Seeing that Ong Wei's expression wasn't right, Zi-Chun turned around and asked, "I suddenly feel that you are very pitiful. You are always doing it for the faction and not for yourself," said Ong Wei. "What's the point of doing this?" Upon hearing that, Zi-Chin smiled and said, "I think it's great. That faction is mine, and as the strongest expert in that faction, I naturally have to take on this responsibility. Moreover, my hometown is rather special. It is in danger of being destroyed at any time. If my hometown is gone, what's the use of being strong? I have my hometown, my friends, and those who care about me are all here. It's good." Ong Wei said, "I don't have your awareness. I think it's good to be alone. Moreover, my hometown doesn't belong to me alone." Zi-Chin smiled. His situation was different from Ong Wei's. He had to protect his life star, the people he cared about, and his friends. After buying some animal bones, Zi-Chin asked them if they had complete half-beast corpses. He got an affirmative answer. The price of these corpses was slightly higher than the animal bones because they were more valuable. After collecting some corpses, the two of them left. In the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. In these 3 days, Zi-Chun and Ong Wei had practically traveled to every corner of this small city. They had visited one shop after another, and during this time they had exchanged for some Tier 8 cultivation resources. Ong Wei didn't know about Shadowless's existence. During these 3 days, Shadowless wasn't by Zi-Chen's side. At the appointed time, the two of them walked to the shop. At this time, the shop was very quiet. As soon as he entered the shop, Zi-Chen saw the old man in front of the counter and Shadowless standing there. "You're here." The old man glanced at Zi-Chen. "Senior, how is everything?" Zi-Chin asked with anticipation. "Of course." The old man nodded. A refined law shadow skin appeared in his hand. This law shadow skin looked the same as the one Ongwei had. It glowed but couldn't hide itself. Obviously, it couldn't compare to a level 8 shadow skin. Zi-Chin hurriedly thanked him and walked forward. "I've already memorized the refinement method for one of your shadow skins." He successfully refined 3 of them. During that time, he failed twice. If he had succeeded in refining all of them, it would have been 5. Moreover, he left a mark on your lost shadow skin. He can sense your presence. He refined Ongwei's lost shadow skin. When Ongwei came in, he already sensed it. Just as Zi-Chin walked forward, Shadowless told him what he had seen in the past 3 days. Zi-Chin was willing to give a lost shadow skin to Ongwei for free because he didn't care about it. However, he took the initiative to come this time because he wanted to learn the refining method. And Shadowless was his way. As expected, he succeeded. No matter how many he refined, Zi-Chin, who got the complete refining method, made a big profit. At the same time, Shadowless also discovered the other party's secret. Zi-Chin took the lost shadow skin quietly and thanked him again. Then he immediately refined it and disappeared. "Thank you, Senior." After his figure appeared, Zi-Chin once again expressed his gratitude before taking his leave. "You're welcome again," the old man said with a smile. After Zi-Chin and Ongwei left, they walked out of the city. The reason why they didn't stay in the city was because each day they stayed in the city would cost an extra black order. This was mandatory and monitored by rules. Although Zi-Chen's black order was enough to stay here for a long time, he didn't want to waste it. Walking out of the city, Ongwei pointed ahead and said, "Let's go there." With the lost shadow skin, the two were equivalent to assassins. Naturally, they wouldn't go back to their original area. They decided to stay and grow here. At this moment, they were heading towards the south, and in the north was the misty forest that no one had survived. Chapter 2843. After Zi-Chin left the city of trade, other people walked out one after another. Among them, there was a celestial with a jade plate in his hand. He glanced at the jade plate and then disappeared. Zi-Chin and Ongwei headed due south. Not long after, they saw a huge mountain range. This mountain range was continuous and undulating. It was the famous 100,000 Mountains. From time to time, the roars of beasts could be heard from the mountains. The sound pierced through the sky and cracked the stones. In such a huge mountain range, humans were like a drop in the ocean. They were very small. As far as the eye could see, the mountains overlapped and stretched out. Zi-Chin was very satisfied with this place. After entering the 100,000 Mountains, even if someone schemed against them, they wouldn't be able to find them. "Let's go." The two didn't hesitate and immediately flew toward the 100,000 Mountains. As soon as they flew into the 100,000 Mountains, a desolate aura hit them in the face. The two didn't stop and continued to move forward. Roar! Suddenly, a roar came from below. A huge rock whizzed up like a meteorite at an extremely fast speed. The two of them noticed the scene and immediately dodged. Zi-Chen's spiritual senses were still affected, so he couldn't investigate from a long distance. Zi-Chen lowered his head and looked down. He saw a tall beast man. At this moment, he was holding a huge rock in his hand and smashing it upwards again. The huge rock whistled like a meteor. Zi-Chin turned around and attacked. A finger light formed by the power of yin and yang slashed down. Puff! The yin and yang finger light slashed, and the huge rock was split in two and fell to the sides. Roar! The half-orc below let out a roar. This roar spread out layer by layer, reverberating through the mountains. "Oh no, Zi-Chin, run!" Ongwei exclaimed. Zi-Chin looked back again and found that there were many light shadows in the distance. Those light shadows were all battle beasts. Among them was a pack of green wolves. Each of them was huge and exuded an 8th level aura. On the other side, there was a half-orc holding a bone in his hand. His figure soared into the sky and rushed toward them. In addition, there were other battle beasts coming toward the sky. Seeing so many different types of beasts, Zi-chan was startled. Just as he was wondering if these different battle beasts would kill each other when they encountered each other, he heard the sound of something breaking through the air. That was the sound of numerous sharp cyan blades cutting through the void and shooting towards them. A half-beast man was carrying a huge rock. The huge rock tore through the sky and followed the two of them. It was obvious that these beasts did not kill each other, but instead attacked the two of them. As a result, the two of them had no choice but to speed up their escape. However, as they fled, more war beasts appeared around them. It was as if all the war beasts in the 100,000 mountains regarded them as enemies. Moreover, every beast that appeared was a level 8 existence. How could this be? The two of them sped up again, heading straight into the depths. Once they went deeper, they would be able to shake them off, and the situation would improve. However, the two of them soon realized that not only did the situation not improve, it had become even more dangerous. More and more beasts appeared and surrounded the two of them. In the sky, there was a high-pitched cry. A giant eagle swooped down from the clouds, shattering the surrounding clouds. The giant eagle stared at the two of them with cold eyes. Then, 2 rays of light burst out from the giant eagle's eyes. Like 2 rays of sword chi, they shot toward the two of them with a sonorous sound. The two of them flashed again and dodged the attack. A blazing light shone from the horizon. Fireballs tailed them and exploded behind them. All kinds of terrifying attacks followed the two of them closely. The two of them did not understand what was going on. At this time, facing the siege, Zi-chan was still calm. However, Ong Wei was extremely flustered because these war beasts were too strong. Look, there's someone there. Looking around, Ong Wei suddenly saw a person below. At this time, that person was looking up at the two of them. Hearing Ong Wei's exclamation, Zi-chan lowered his head and saw a person. They were very far away, so he could not know the person's realm. Before they could ask what was going on, they saw the person turn around and disappear. Similar situations kept happening. He saw more and more figures in the other mountains, but none of them came to his aid. Instead, when they were spotted by the two of them, they immediately turned around and disappeared. I know. Looking at the disappearing figures and the increasing number of war beasts around them, Zi-chan said, "We shouldn't fly like this. It's too eye-catching." After saying that, a door appeared in front of him. He and Ong Wei walked into the door. The two of them stepped into the door, and the door disappeared. The war beasts that came later did not disperse. Instead, they attacked the area where Zi-chan disappeared indiscriminately with all kinds of attacks. They did not disperse until the space kept shaking. The 100,000 Mountains was a famous, dangerous place in this area. It was also an excellent training ground. However, all the people who came here did not dare to fly in the sky. They would go deeper step by step on the ground or fly at a low altitude. Countless ignorant hotheads like Zi-chan and Ong Wei had died over the years. Those people in the forest appeared one after another to wait for them to die and then quietly take away their wealth. Unexpectedly, they disappeared. In the canyon between the two mountains, Zi-chan and Ong Wei leaned against 2 big rocks and looked up at the sky. After the two of them appeared from the door, they went straight to the ground. During this time, no war beasts found them. They stayed here for a while, but the war beasts did not chase after them. That was close. It seems that we were too reckless. We must be more careful next time, Ong Wei said. Zi-chan nodded. The number of war beasts here was far beyond his imagination. However, this was definitely a good thing for him, because this indicated that he would be able to hunt more beasts here and obtain more resources. Next We'll go deeper slowly from here, Zichin said, turning his head to look into the canyon. Ong Wei nodded. After a short rest, the two of them went deeper into the canyon. 2 hours later, they found a half-beast man. Zichin stood there without moving, and Ong Wei went forward to kill him. Ong Wei's figure disappeared into the void and approached the half-orc. Zichin, who had also refined the rule shadow skin, could sense Ong Wei's existence, but he could not pinpoint his exact location. When Ong Wei approached the half-orc, the latter seemed to sense something. He turned his head and looked around. His bell-sized eyes seemed to be looking for the source of the abnormality. Whoosh! Ong Wei appeared and stabbed the black sharp blade in his hand at the half-orc's temple. Roar! The half-orc roared and immediately turned his head, smashing the beast bone in his hand to the side. The beast bone whistled past, and Ong Wei's figure disappeared. He did not make a move. Seeing this, Zichen's expression changed slightly. He did not expect the half-orc's perception to be so sharp. After Ong Wei disappeared, the half-orc's attack missed. He seemed to be particularly irritable and kept growling. Ong Wei hid there and did not continue to attack. Zichin stood in the distance and watched. He was not afraid of the level 8 half-orc, but he was surprised by his sharp perception. At the same time, he wondered if this was the reason why no level 9 half-orc had come to bid for the rule shadow skin. In the same level, the rule shadow skin was invisible, but in front of a level 8 half-orc, could it be sensed? Or was it because the rule was incomplete? This was because the old man had divided a complete rule shadow skin into 5 portions to refine. Just as Zichin was hesitating, and in a daze, Ong Wei attacked again. This time his attack was more decisive and faster. He stabbed the half-orc's temple. However, the half-orc also attacked in an instant. The beast bone in his hand whistled and hit Ong Wei's body. Ong Wei coughed up blood and flew backward. The sharp blade in his hand slipped out, and the sound of bones breaking could be heard. The half-orc let out a roar. He staggered forward a few steps and fell to the ground, dead. Ong Wei succeeded, but he was also injured. If it were not for the defense of the soft armor, his injury would have been more serious. At this moment, there was a vibration in the distance. Some half-orcs appeared. There were 5 of them, and they all had beast bones in their hands. After seeing the scene in front of them, they did not hesitate to charge at Ong Wei. Zichen's body flashed with light. He appeared in front of them in the blink of an eye. As a level 7 half-orc, he had no problem dealing with level 8 half-orc. A sharp spike appeared in his hand. It was the mother-child spike. He immediately activated the rule shadow skin, and his figure disappeared. With his extreme speed, Zichin reached the side of a half-orc in an instant. The moment his figure appeared, the mother-child spike in his hand pierced into the half-orc's temple. This was the half-orc's fatal spot. Other than killing from here, it would be very difficult to kill from other places. Puff! Blood spurted out. Zichin disappeared again and appeared in front of the second half-orc. Whoosh! Whoosh! Zichin was unbelievably fast. The half-orcs did not have time to react before their temples were pierced one by one. Their souls were extinguished and they died. The battle was over. When he landed, Ong Wei had already stood up. He looked at Zichin and exclaimed, "You're really fast!" Zichin rolled up the corpse on the ground. He turned around and asked, "What happened just now? I should have been sensed." After all, the higher the level, the deeper the understanding of the rules. Ong Wei also put away his spoils. As the two continued to move forward, Ong Wei said, "The half-orcs only have one fatal spot. It's a bit troublesome for me. I think I'd better find other battle beasts to fight." Zichin said, "That's not urgent. We're just here to improve our strength. We can fight as we go." "Well, the half-orcs are yours. The rest are mine," Ong Wei said. Zichin nodded in agreement. The two continued to move forward in the trial. During this time, they would refine the resources they had obtained and strive to improve their strength to level 8. Zi-Chin hoped that he could break through to the next realm because the life star needed such a strong existence to guard it. This time, they had been walking for more than 10 years. Zi-Chin continued to move forward as usual. However, he found that he had not encountered any battle beasts for a long time. This was not normal. Chapter 2844. Zi-Chin, something doesn't seem right. While moving forward, Ong Wei looked around with doubt in his eyes. It's indeed abnormal. It shouldn't be that we haven't encountered any battle beasts for so long. Zi-Chin said in a low voice. His spiritual senses were blocked here, so he couldn't detect anything far away. The two of them had been in the 100,000 mountains for more than 10 years and had refined many resources. Whether it was Ong Wei or Zi-Chin, their combat power had improved a lot, but it would take a long time for them to break through. Zi-Chin said, "This situation is indeed abnormal. Why don't we wait for a while?" Wait? Ong Wei was startled. He immediately thought of Zi-Chin's ability to predict the future. Zi-Chin didn't explain much and moved forward with Shadowless. With Shadowless' help, Zi-Chin saved a lot of trouble. 3 days later, Shadowless returned and told Zi-Chin about the abnormality he found. When Zi-Chin heard this, his expression changed slightly. "What's wrong?" Ong Wei looked at Zi-Chin. "There's something abnormal in the depths." The two of them continued to go deeper. This time they were much faster and even started to fly at a low altitude. Following Shadowless guidance, after 2 days, Zi-Chin and Ong Wei finally found something. They were battle beasts that they hadn't seen before. At this moment, they were gathered in groups and spread out in front of them. There were half-orcs, sword tigers, horned dragons, rhinoceroses, and other battle beasts that lived in the 100,000 mountains. "No wonder we didn't find anything. They're all here," Ong Wei said in a low voice. These battle beasts were all looking forward and didn't notice the two behind them. In front of them, there was a tall mountain peak. At this moment, the mountain peak was green. It wasn't the original color of the mountain peak. It was dyed by many green wolves. To dye an entire mountain green, how many green wolves were there? There were countless of them. Ong Wei's eyes were filled with shock. Zi-Chen's gaze moved to the top of the mountain peak. There was a platform on the mountain peak. There were also green wolves on the platform. Among them, there was a very conspicuous existence. It seemed to be the Wolf King and was protected by a group of green wolves. At this moment, the tall green wolf looked up at the sky. The sun was scorching above its head. The other green wolves stared at the battle beasts outside, their expressions full of vigilance. "What is going on?" When Ong Wei saw this scene, he was very puzzled. Of course, Zi-Chin didn't know either. Shadowless said, "It looks like he's using the essence of heaven and earth to break through. Look at the greedy eyes of those battle beasts. Maybe they have taken a fancy to the rules, divine crystal in the Wolf King's body." Zi-Chen's gaze shifted to the front. Sure enough, he saw the greedy glint in the eyes of those beasts. Green Wolf's body contained a rule divine crystal. Refining it would be extremely beneficial for cultivation. In the past decade, Zi-Chen had also refined some of it. However, those rule god crystals couldn't help Zi-Chen break through quickly. He believed that it was the same for these beasts. Even the Wolf King's divine crystal was no exception. Why were all these beasts gathered together? Could it be that it was just for the Wolf King's regulation, divine crystal? Wasn't that making a mountain out of a molehill? Moreover, there were so many green wolves guarding this place. It should be extremely difficult to succeed, right? Just as Zi-Chan was filled with doubts, there was a fluctuation in the distance. When he turned back, he saw a person coming in his direction. It was an 8th-level heavenly clan. When he saw the scene in front of him, his eyes were immediately filled with shock. Then, that shock turned into surprise and greed. Zi-Chen saw the change in the other party's expression. He was even more puzzled. If it was for the Wolf King's rule divine crystal, he wouldn't have revealed such an expression. After the other party appeared, he quickly came in their direction. When he saw Zi-Chun and Ong-Wei, a look of disdain flashed across his eyes. He continued to fly forward. The other party didn't deliberately hide and flew straight ahead. Some battle beasts noticed him and looked back. They didn't attack him. He stood behind those battle beasts. There was a short distance between them, and then he stared ahead. Zi-Chen and Ong-Wei looked at each other. They saw a look of confusion in each other's eyes. Then there was the sound of something breaking through the air again. One after another, light figures flew over from afar. Those light figures were all humans. There were divine clans, and they were all 8th level. They arrived without any scruples. They flew directly from the sky with the sound of something breaking through the air. Their movements were very loud. Many battle beasts raised their heads. After glancing at them, they still didn't make a move. Those 8th level beasts landed one after another. Their expressions became very excited. Zi-Chen and Ong-Wei were even more puzzled. Unfortunately, no one could explain to the two of them. Just the two of you want to get the vast sun, divine crystal. At this moment, a disdainful voice was heard. A team of 5 people walked over. They were all divine clans. The 5 divine clans looked at the two of them with contempt. One of them said, "A mere 7th level dares to come here to join in the fun. You have guts. Hurry up and leave this place. Otherwise, when the battle breaks out, just the aftermath of the energy will be enough to kill you." With that, the few of them laughed and left. Although their expressions were full of contempt, Zi-Chen still heard useful information. Vast sun, divine crystal. Although they didn't know what it was, they finally understood the purpose of these people's arrival. There were even more powerhouses coming from all directions. After they appeared, they all went forward and stood behind those battle beasts. There was no big battle between the two sides. It was strange that they coexisted peacefully. The sound of something breaking through the air came one after another. The number of 8th level beasts was increasing. Soon, there were more than 100 of them. Zi-Chen looked at these powerhouses. His expression was changing. What's wrong? Ong-Wei found that Zi-Chen's expression was not right. There are so many people here. Every one of them has a black order. There should be more than one. If they take it back to exchange, then the black order can be upgraded to 5th level, Zi-Chen said. Ong-Wei looked at Zi-Chen strangely. At this stage, shouldn't they be paying attention to the vast sun divine crystal? And look, there are so many battle beasts gathered here. What if they are all exchanged for resources? Zi-Chen said, "This is an extremely huge number. I haven't thought about this problem. I only know that once we make a move, we will be torn to pieces in an instant." Ong-Wei said, "There are too many battle beasts here. It will be a problem for us to protect ourselves. As for resources, you don't have to think about it. Come, let's go too." Zi-Chen and Ong-Wei flew forward. Although someone warned them, they certainly wouldn't retreat. If there was really an opportunity, Zi-Chen planned to fight for it. At this time, there were still people flying in the sky. They should be the trial takers nearby. After discovering that there were no battle beasts around, they all headed deeper. This situation lasted for an entire day. The number of 8th level beasts that arrived exceeded 200. The next day at noon, there was some commotion in the peaceful surroundings. Zi-Chen and Ong-Wei looked forward. They saw that the green wolves that were previously in a state of alert were now looking up at the sun in the sky. Zi-Chen also looked up. He found that the sun seemed to be a little different today, but he couldn't tell what the problem was. The wolves suddenly howled in unison. It was deafening, forming a sound wave that spread out in all directions. The surrounding space began to distort, and the earth trembled violently. Zi-Chen felt a powerful force appear out of thin air. Then the surrounding space seemed to be isolated from the earth, becoming an independent space. The scene around them didn't change. The battle beasts and humans were still there. The green wolves and the mountain were still there. The only difference was that the 100,000 mountains in the distance had disappeared. It was as if they had really entered another space. The sun above them was still there, and the light became more and more intense. It was like a flame, and the surrounding temperature suddenly rose. Just as Zichen was puzzled about what was going on, the sunlight that fell on him changed. It turned into a solid energy. This energy was warm and contained pure law. Zichen, this is an opportunity. Hurry up and refine it. Ong Wei's voice came from beside Zichen. Zichen looked forward and found that the divine clan in front of him were beginning to emit light. There was a devouring power in the light that devoured the law energy that had turned solid. At the same time, all the green wolves in front of him looked up at the sky. More and more law energy was being absorbed by them. Although he still didn't understand what was going on, Zichen obviously wouldn't let go of such an opportunity to improve his strength. The space behind him distorted, and the law energy that reached here disappeared. A blazing power of law entered Zichen's body. After being refined by him, it entered the world. This power of law was very similar to his extreme yang power. It would repel extreme yin. Zichen's devouring speed wasn't slow. He believed that if there was no extreme yin repulsion, it would be even faster. He thought of a possibility. Light flashed on his body, but he retracted the extreme yin power. His body shone with golden light, and the pure extreme yang aura was revealed. When the extreme yang aura was revealed, Zichen clearly felt that his absorption speed had increased by a lot. This method obviously worked. A hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and then the light beside him flashed again. A golden body appeared. This golden body also suppressed the extreme yin, and it released extreme yang light. At the same time, an extreme yang clone appeared. One true body and two clones combined to devour the law energy that fell from the sky. This made Zichen's refining speed increase by a lot. Next to him, Ong Wei saw this scene and was a little dumbfounded. Obviously, his speed was far inferior to Zichen's. Even the battle beasts and humans in the distance couldn't compare to Zichen's speed. The commotion here attracted the attention of many people. When they saw this scene, their faces changed. However, they didn't go forward to stop it. Obviously, no one wanted to miss this opportunity. While refining these nomological powers, Zichen discovered that his own realm was actually slowly increasing. This was clearly a perceptible speed, which was much faster than when he was refining those resources. This situation didn't last for long. The sun in the sky disappeared. When the sun disappeared, dazzling law crystals began to descend from the sky. Chapter 28:45. Zichen didn't know what the vast sun divine crystal was at first, but when he saw the crystals falling from the sky, he naturally understood. The vast sun divine crystal released a bright and glaring brilliance as it fell from the sky. The rule light flowed on the surface of its body. It was extremely gorgeous. To all the powerhouses here, the vast sun divine crystal was extremely attractive. In fact, this was their goal. With it, we can definitely break through. Zichen said with certainty, looking very excited. The separated vast sun divine crystals were of different sizes. The big ones were the size of a human head, and the small ones were the size of a fist. These vast sun divine crystals were all falling towards the mountain peak. Among them, only 3 pieces were falling outside the mountain peak. Looking at the direction they were flying towards, it was coincidentally where Zichen was. Boom! The surroundings that were originally extremely quiet exploded with a powerful aura in the next moment. Those powerhouses moved. Those battle beasts also erupted. Some flew towards the mountain peak in front, and some flew towards the 3 pieces of vast sun, divine, crystals above. At this moment, The space began to distort as powerful energy, fluctuations, surged continuously. Roar! 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 There was a deafening roar as those green wolves started to attack those battle beasts. A chaotic battle instantly broke out. Feeling the terrifying fluctuations surging around, Ong Wei's face became extremely pale. He turned around and wanted to escape. Just as he turned around, he realized that the original path had disappeared. They were still in the space and couldn't get out. How could this be? Ong Wei's face was extremely ugly. Among a group of level 8s, his level 7s were obviously not enough. Even if he could deal with a level 8s, it was only limited to a few. However, there were hundreds of level 8s in front of him. This was a battle that he couldn't and didn't dare to participate in. Above the sky, there were people approaching the 3 pieces of vast sun divine crystals quickly. During this period of time, the battle broke out continuously. They were the ones who stood out. Swoosh! A level 8 arrived in front of the vast sun divine crystal. Just as he reached out to grab it, he saw the surface of the vast sun divine crystal erupt with a ball of strong light. Then, the vast sun divine crystal disappeared as though it teleported. Seeing the vast sun divine crystal suddenly disappear, the level 8s were stunned. The same situation also appeared in the other 2 directions. Those 2 pieces of vast sun divine crystals also suddenly disappeared. The expressions of those experts who were fighting for the vast sun divine crystal were all stunned. Then their gazes swept around, searching for the vast sun divine crystal that had disappeared. In the end, his gaze landed on Ziqin. Ziqin was holding a piece of vast sun divine crystal in his hand. At the same time, his 2 clones each had a piece. Seeing this, Ong Wei's eyes widened in disbelief. No matter how hard others tried to snatch it, they still couldn't get it. You, who didn't even try to snatch it, actually got it. However, under such circumstances, the vast sun divine crystal falling into Ziqin's hands not only did not represent an opportunity, but instead represented endless danger. Ziqin was also stunned. He did not expect that instead of fighting for the vast sun divine general, that thing would end up in his hands. This surprised him. He noticed that the vast sun divine crystals previously all landed on the mountain peaks. Only these 3 crystals were exceptions. He didn't know what was going on, but he knew that this was trouble for him. The gazes of all the experts in the vicinity landed on him, their eyes revealing thick, killing intent. Ziqin was very clear on what he should do now. It was only to see him disband his clones without hesitation and directly threw out the 3 pieces of vast sun divine crystals. The 3 pieces of divine crystals tore through the sky and flew forward. Everyone's gazes shifted away from Ziqin. The battle that had just stopped erupted once again. Ong Wei heaved a sigh of relief, admiring Ziqin's decisiveness very much. One had to know, facing an opportunity, not everyone was willing to let go. Following that, the 2 retreated towards the back. Very clearly, this level of battle, the 2 of them would not take part. Billowing energy surged continuously, causing the stretch of space to start distorting but did not shatter. The battle on the mountain peaks was extremely tragic. Many azure wolves pounced towards those battle beasts. Both sides engaged in a life-and-death struggle. Sharp blades, flames, and all kinds of attacks were spread all over every place. The beast men aggressively dashed forward. The beast bones in their hands danced crazily, smashing the azure wolves to death one after another. At the same time, wounds were left on their bodies. However, these wounds healed quickly. However, the number of azure wolves was too much. They constantly pounced on the beast men. Soon a beast man fell down. After struggling for a while, he stopped breathing. With those azure wolves blocking, those battle beasts couldn't reach the top. The vast sun divine crystals smoothly fell on the mountain peak and were swallowed by the azure wolves. Apparently, Those vast sun divine crystals were distributed by themselves. Among them, the Wolf King's crystal was the largest. After swallowing the vast sun divine crystal, the Wolf King did not refine it directly. Instead, he walked to the edge of the mountain peak and watched the fierce battle below. His eyes were filled with coldness. The Wolf King and the azure wolves beside him didn't join the battle. They just watched in silence. Ziqin was also watching from behind. However, his attention was mostly on those dead battle beasts and human corpses. To him, this was a big fortune that could be exchanged for many resources, which could be used to cultivate many experts for the Life Star. Ong Wei was extremely tense. He was worried that the battle would affect the two of them, even though they looked like they couldn't withstand a single blow. However, at this moment, he discreetly glanced at Ziqin, wondering if he was as tense as he was. Then he saw Ziqin's sparkling eyes and his excited face. He was speechless. He didn't expect that at this moment. Ziqin was still thinking about those resources. Anyway, those resources were really abundant, which could make people envious. Ziqin, didn't you notice that we can't get out? Ong Wei sent him the message. At this moment, the battle was too fierce. The explosions were unceasing, so they couldn't hear him. Yeah, it seems like we're trapped in this space. Ziqin replied. His eyes continued to move around, looking around as he answered absent-mindedly. Aren't you worried in this situation? Ong Wei sent him the message, hurriedly. We can't leave. It means we're trapped. In this situation, we can only be killed. That's not necessarily true. What if they kill each other and all die in the end? Ziqin's line of sight was still moving. This time, he started to pay attention to the top of the valley. At this moment, no battle beasts had arrived there. However, the mountainside had fallen. You're really optimistic. A scorching energy fluctuation came from not far from them. It was a level 8 god clan warrior. He was holding a flaming saber in his hand, which was releasing a scorching aura. All the experts who tried to approach him were repelled by his saber. He hovered in the air, his face cold and indifferent. A piece of vast sun, divine, crystal hovered above his head. Apparently, this piece of vast sun, divine, crystal had an owner. Although the others were reluctant, they didn't dare to approach because this saber had killed 5 people. At the same time, there were more corpses lying around. In another direction, a god bell descended from the sky, protecting a level 8 god clan warrior. At the same time, it was also protecting a piece of vast sun, divine crystal. There were many attacks from all directions, but they couldn't break through the defense of this god bell. After seeing that physical god bell, Ziqin's expression changed slightly. That was actually a replica of the world-exterminating god bell. Clearly, it was a rare treasure. This piece of vast sun, divine crystal, also had an owner. As for the last piece, it landed in the hands of a god clan warrior. Above his head, there was a huge vortex. There was a strong light shining in the vortex. Once an attack approached, a ray of light would appear in the vortex and destroy those attacks. Without a doubt, these 3 people were the 3 strongest existences here. They occupied 3 pieces of divine crystals. As for the others, although they were unwilling, they had no choice. Right at this moment, a person suddenly walked towards Ziqin. Behind him, there were 4 other people. These people were the 5 people who reminded Ziqin to leave quickly. At this moment, there was no disdain on their faces. Instead, there was only cold killing intent. Damn it! Why didn't you give me the vast sun divine crystal just now? The leader transmitted his voice coldly, his eyes flashing with killing intent. Sir, please spare our lives. This has nothing to do with us. Ong Wei said with a terrified face. Go to hell. A divine light swept towards the 2 of them like a waterfall. As the divine light approached, a strong pressure fell on the 2 of them, affecting their movements. Swoosh! Ziqin grabbed Ong Wei and retreated quickly, dodging the attack. Sir, this really has nothing to do with us. It was just a coincidence that that thing flew over, Ong Wei said again. The other party did not listen at all and stepped forward again. Behind him, the few guys had a mocking look. Clearly, these 5 guys were no match for any of the 3 people, even if they joined forces. However, they were extremely unwilling to accept it. Therefore, they transferred their anger to the 2 of them. After all, the 2 of them were level 7 and were easy to deal with. From Zichen's point of view, the 5 of them had the intention to preserve their strength and avoid the battle. After all, there were still vast sun, divine crystals in other places. Moreover, the battle had yet to end. Zichen grabbed Ong Wei and retreated again, dodging the attack easily. Let's see how many times you can dodge. The level 8 sneered and struck again. Zichen dodged again. Sir, please spare our lives. Ong Wei begged for mercy. The other party's eyes were cold and full of mockery. Obviously, he would not stop. Why do you have to be so aggressive? Zichen said with a frown. He did not want to make a move for the time being. Overbearing? Can't you see that I'm killing? The other party sneered and stepped forward. Today, the 2 of you must die. Hearing this, Ong Wei stopped begging for mercy. His eyes turned cold instantly. In a flash, he disappeared from the spot. Seeing Ong Wei disappear, a strange light flashed in the eyes of the few people. Clearly, they did not expect the guy who had been begging for mercy to be a dark shadow assassin. At this moment, the pupils of the leader suddenly shrank. He realized that the other person in front of him had disappeared too. Just as he felt that something was wrong, a golden light appeared beside him. Puff! The golden light flashed past, and the level 8's head was separated from his body. Zichen appeared with a cold look in his eyes. You're courting death. Chapter 2846. One of the 5 level 8s had died, and the other 4 were shocked. They all retreated, not expecting this level 7s, who could be crushed to death at any time, to have such skills. Buzz! As soon as the 4 of them retreated, a trembling sound came from beside them, followed by a black light. The level 8s dodged to the side without hesitation and slashed horizontally. The light of the blade flashed. The black shadow that had just appeared disappeared, and a deep bloody wound appeared on the chest of the level 8s. There was residual energy in the wound, and it was devouring his life force. It was Ong Wei who attacked. He had seriously injured a level 8s. Puff! A cold light flashed, and another head flew out from the other side. Another level 8s was beheaded, and blood splattered everywhere. Zichen's figure disappeared, and the 9 fleeting thunderbolts was displayed at this moment. The fastest speed in the world was displayed, and the opponent was caught off guard by his speed. The battle here had attracted the attention of the experts in the distance. Previously, they were all looking at the battle in amusement, waiting to see a good show. In this place, no one cared about the life and death of others, and everyone was prepared to die. They looked at the scene in amusement, waiting to see what would happen next. The counterattack of the 2 level 7s was not beyond their expectations. No one who could come here was weak, who would not be brave in the face of such oppression. However, what surprised them was the absolute combat power displayed by the 2 level 7s after they started to counterattack. Seeing that 2 of the 5 level 8s were dead and 1 was seriously injured, their expressions changed. They had originally thought that they were people that everyone could bully, but unexpectedly they were just pretending to be pigs to eat tigers. This thunderous attack caused the expressions of those who were paying attention to the battle here to change. Ong Wei reappeared, and the sharp spike flashed, and the black light disappeared. The level 8s who were seriously injured earlier widened his eyes and fell backward. After more than 10 years of training, Ong Wei's combat skills had become more ingenious, and it was not so difficult for him to kill the level 8s. At this moment, there was only 1 level 8s left. 3 of them were killed by Zichen and 1 by Ong Wei. The level 8s were frightened and kept retreating, not daring to believe that this would be the result. Zichen and Ong Wei looked at each other and disappeared again. Go away! Scram! The level 8 expert shouted in terror. The energy in his body fluctuated violently, and the space around him began to distort. The surging energy on his body transformed into a giant beast. The giant beast roared at the sky, its aura abnormally violent, but he couldn't find his target. In the distorted space, Zichen and Ong Wei appeared one after another. The two of them attacked the giant beast, one on the left and one on the right. Chi! Chi! Faced with the sudden attack of the two, the giant energy beast instantly exploded. The sharp attack's speed did not decrease and went straight into the body of the level 8. Shwa! Shwa! After the attack ended, the two retreated and stood there indifferently. The fear in the eyes of the 8th grade expert in front of him froze, and his life force dissipated. 5 provocative level 8s died just like that. The other level 8 powerhouses in the surroundings were shocked. The strength of the two had completely exceeded their expectations. A cold light flashed in Zichen's eyes. Originally, he didn't want to make a move, but he didn't expect the other party to be so overbearing. However, since he had already made a move, he naturally wouldn't hold back. He raised his head, looked at the 3 experts above, and said, "That vast sun divine crystal was originally mine. Please return it." The 3 of them witnessed Zichen's strength, and their expressions became solemn at this moment. If it was one-on-one, they might not be Zichen's match, because the other party's speed was too fast, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. But at this time, Zichen directly provoked the 3 of them. This made their faces reveal anger one after another, feeling that they were insulted. "If you want the vast sun, divine crystal, then ask the saber in my hand," the divine race holding the saber said coldly. "Your attack isn't weak, but it can't break my defense at all. Under such circumstances, I have many means to kill you. Kid, better play it safe. Don't be so arrogant." The divine race possessing the divine bell imitation warned. As for the divine race, he snorted coldly at Zichen, his eyes revealing cold, killing intent. The battle in the distance was still ongoing. Those battle beasts were still charging at the mountain peak crazily. At this time, they were about to reach the mountain peak. Compared to the front, this area was surprisingly quiet. Although the 2 of them had easily killed 5 level 8s, Ong Wei was still very nervous at this time. Because the 2 of them had been exposed, they might become the target of everyone's joint attack next. "Ong Wei, you step back first." Zichen glanced at Ong Wei. Ong Wei nodded and used his eyes to signal Zichen to be careful. He then stepped back. "Since that's the case, then don't blame me for being rude." When Ong Wei heard Zichen's words, he didn't deliberately be cold, but it contained great confidence. Next, he saw an unforgettable scene. At the same time, he also knew for the first time that a battle could be fought like this. He saw that Zichen's body shone with 2 types of energy. These 2 types of energy were completely opposite. Every time he saw Zichen display these 2 types of extreme energy, he felt that it was unbelievable. It went against common sense. These energies quickly fused and turned into lotus flowers. These lotus flowers were the size of a palm and flew forward. Ong Wei had seen Zichen use this move before. At that time, he was dealing with the Spatial Worm King. However, compared to this scene, the previous battle was nothing. These lotus flowers spread out rapidly and flew forward. Their target was not only the 3 experts who had obtained the vast sun divine crystal, but also the experts. That included all the experts around them. This was the source of Ong Wei's shock. They hadn't joined hands yet, but Zichen had taken the initiative to attack. After those lotus flowers spread out, they exploded with a loud bang. After the first one exploded, the others started a chain reaction and exploded one after another. Boom after boom resounded in this independent space. Amidst these booms, the yin and yang energies that exploded spread out, forming a destructive wave. In an instant, the destructive and violent energy shrouded a large area in front of them. Angry roars rang out from the violent aura. Those level 8s tried to rush out. Boom, boom, boom. The explosions continued, showing no signs of ending. Zichen stood in place. The yin and yang energy kept converging in front of him, turning into lotus flowers and flying forward. Like a continuous firing cannon, there was no pause. Boom, boom, boom. The destructive yin and yang energy waves were still spreading further and further, shrouding more experts. At this moment, in this space, Ong Wei could only see Zichen in front of him and the yin-yang thunder, lotus flying forward. He couldn't see anything else. The yin and yang energy waves became the master of this space, constantly spreading into the distance. Is he trying to forcibly shroud this space? Ong Wei was extremely shocked. At this time, only the small area behind Zichen was absolutely safe. In the violent energy, the roars turned into screams, and the screams turned into wails. They gradually disappeared. So far, no one could rush out and attack Zichen. No attack could break through the destructive force. Boom, boom, boom. The yin-yang thunder lotus was still violent, showing no signs of stopping. And Zichen was using such a powerful method, as if he didn't care about the consumption. Ong Wei didn't know how far the yin-yang thunder lotus had spread. He guessed that it was close to the peak or had already shrouded the peak. The violent energy continued to wreak havoc. Everything was still going on. This situation lasted for a full 15 minutes. During this period, Zichen didn't stop releasing yin and yang energy. The number of yin-yang thunder lotuses flying out was no less than 100,000. Zichen was still calm despite such a huge consumption of energy. Ong Wei felt that he couldn't see through him. He didn't know how much energy was contained in his body. The violent energy wave slowly dissipated, and Ong Wei looked at the corpses on the ground. Many of the corpses were not whole. His gaze moved forward as the energy dissipated. Other than the corpses, he didn't find any survivors. Later, he saw some corpses of battle beasts and even more battle beasts. There were also some human corpses, but there were still no survivors. His gaze continued to move. At the edge of the giant peak in the distance, he finally found some survivors. It was the 3 experts who had obtained the vast sun, divine crystal. Although they were standing in the air, their auras had become extremely weak. Among the 3, the God Race expert with the divine bell of annihilation was in the best condition. The other 2 were in the worst condition. At this moment, the 3 of them also saw the scene in front of them. Their faces were filled with horror. Other than the 3 of them, everyone was dead. There were hundreds of experts. As for the battle beasts, the God Race expert in the divine bell of annihilation turned around and looked behind him. He saw a light shield. The light shield shrouded the peak. And in the peak, there were more than 100 battle beasts alive. Some of these battle beasts were green wolves, and the rest were other battle beasts. This scene was obviously caused by the other battle beasts attacking the peak. After Zichen's explosion, a light shield appeared, enveloping the peak and the battle beasts at the same time. Zichen walked forward. As he walked forward, tornadoes appeared beside him. The tornadoes went straight into the sky, carrying battle beasts and human corpses. There was a black hole in the sky. That was the entrance to the world. When Ong Wei saw this scene, he recalled what Zichen had said earlier. He was extremely shocked. It was obvious that Zichen had been thinking about this since a long time ago. These were all resources, unimaginable resources. Just as Zichen said, just by obtaining these black tokens, he could upgrade the token to level 5 and then exchange it for enough resources. Don't come over. I can give you the vast sun, divine crystal. The God Race expert with the sword said in horror. That's right. I can give you the vast sun, divine crystal. The god race expert also said in horror. As for the existence in the middle with the divine bell replica, he was a little hesitant, because Zichen's previous attack did not break through his divine bell's defense. That was originally mine. It's natural for you to return it to me. Chapter 2847. The three's expressions changed. The blade-wielding divine general shouted, "You want to take our lives? Dream on." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed forward with his blade. The saber light that was like a waterfall carried a powerful aura as it headed straight for Zichin. Buzz! A divine light appeared beside Zichin. The divine light was extremely fast. It instantly reached the divine general's side and pierced his head. The blade light stopped beside Zichin and dissipated. A strong wind blew past Zichen's face and blew his hair. The divine general's expression froze. His eyes were filled with shock as his body fell to the ground. He was dead. His life force was extinguished by the heaven-connecting divine needle. That's the heaven-connecting divine needle. The God Clan expert, who was still hiding in the apocalyptic sacred bell, exclaimed when he saw this. The light shield around the mountain didn't disperse. The different types of battle beasts didn't continue fighting. Instead, they watched the battle through the shield. They were all intelligent life forms. They knew how powerful the human outside the shield was. The other party alone had killed hundreds of experts of the same level. The Green Wolf King's eyes flashed coldly. A loud shout came from outside the shield. The whirlpool above the divine race expert's head expanded. Beam after beam of destructive light fell like chains, locking down every corner. The heaven-connecting divine needle trembled. It turned into a divine light and shot forward, leaving a rainbow mark in the air. The destructive light fell, heading toward the heaven-connecting divine needle. Buzz! The heaven-connecting divine needle trembled. It sped up again, dodging the attacks and entering the destructive light. In an instant, the violent aura in the sky disappeared. The whirlpool in the sky also stopped. The heaven-connecting divine needle flew back. The divine race expert's body flickered a few times before he fell to the ground. Another person died. There was only one human left. He was protected by the world-destroying divine bell. His face was filled with shock. Many experts had come this time. Every one of them wanted to be the Aureole and obtain the final victory. They didn't expect that they would be killed by a divine race expert. A divine race expert killed a group of divine race experts. Even though they had seen it with their own eyes, they still found it hard to believe. The two of them were already dead, and their corpses were brought back. Zichin obtained 2 pieces of vast sun, divine crystal. However, this was originally something that belonged to him. His gaze landed on the third person. "You can't break through my defense, so you can't kill me. Why don't we work together?" The other party's expression changed before he finally spoke. Behind them, Ong Wei was also looking at Zichin. He was wondering if Zichin would accept the alliance request. "I can't break through your defense." Zichin looked at him, and a cold smile appeared on his face. "Your heavenly god needle is a replica, but isn't my world-annihilating divine bell also a replica? I admit that I can't beat you, but with this, it's impossible for you to kill me. You have combat power and I have defense. Wouldn't it be better for the two of us to work together to deal with those battle beasts? The vast sun divine crystal that we obtain, you and I can also share equally." Zichin shook his head slowly and said, "Sorry, I don't have the habit of sharing with others." "You." A cold light flashed in the other party's eyes as he shouted, "Then let's just waste time like this." "You think too highly of yourself. What right do you have to talk about wasting time with me?" Zichin sneered as a sheathed long saber appeared in his hand. The long saber flashed with black light. Ong Wei knew this weapon was very sharp, but he had also heard of the divine race's famous world-annihilating divine bell. Now that these two weapons were about to meet, Ong Wei was filled with anticipation as to which weapon was stronger. It's useless. This is a replica of the world-annihilating divine bell. Although it can be used for both offense and defense, its main function is defense. The divine race expert snorted and said, "Who in the world can break through the divine bell's defense?" Zi Qin didn't say anything. He tapped his foot and flew up into the air. The long saber in his hand was instantly unsheathed. There was no saber intent lingering on the saber light. There was only a bright light. This light was a kind of rule power. It was very unique and mysterious. Soul seize. With a loud shout, the long saber slashed down from the sky. A saber light with the rule power fell from above. It brought with it a vast aura as it struck the world-annihilating divine bell. The divine bell's defense seemed to be non-existent in front of the saber light. It instantly penetrated and landed on the divine race expert's body. Ong Wei's eyes widened as he looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Could Zi Qin have broken through the divine race expert's defense with one slash? Soon he realized that something was wrong. The divine race expert's defense had not dissipated. The light shield was still protecting him. He was also unharmed. Zi Qin stood in the air. His expression was indifferent. He didn't feel any regret or disappointment. The divine race expert was stunned. The slash from before had given him a great shock. That slash had ignored his defense and landed on his body. However, he was not hurt at all. Even his defense was not broken. After the shock, he came back to his senses. With a disdainful sneer on his face, he said, "Your illusory attack is only SOO. How dare you boast so shamelessly? Today, I will stand here without moving. You can't do anything to me. As for your illusory attack, it won't affect my mind at all. Is that so?" A strange smile appeared on Zi Qin's face. Divine light flickered beside him. The heavenly god needle appeared again and flew forward. "It's useless." The divine race expert was still sneering. His expression was full of disdain. Crack! The heavenly god needle arrived outside the light shield formed by the divine bell of destruction. It passed through the light shield without any resistance. At the same time, it pierced through the divine race expert's body. The disdain on the divine race expert's face froze. His surging vitality was extinguished in an instant. His face was full of disbelief. Ong Wei, who was behind Zi Qin, was also extremely shocked. Even if the heavenly god needle was so powerful, it shouldn't have been able to break through the divine bell of destruction's defense so easily. Could it be that slash from before? Ong Wei thought of that possibility. That was the only possibility that could explain why the divine bell of destruction couldn't block the heavenly god needle's attack. Zi Qin had already put away his saber. His body descended. The previous slash was the soul snatcher. It was a unique attack of the saber spirit. One slash was to steal the soul in the divine bell of destruction. Without a soul, the divine bell of destruction was only a shell. How could it block the heavenly god needle? After keeping the other party's corpse, Zi Qin lifted his head and looked towards the mountain peak. The light barrier still hadn't dissipated, and the eyes of the beasts inside it were filled with fear as they looked at Zi Qin. Looking at the light shield, Zi Qin's gaze landed on the Green Wolf King. There was a reason why the light shield didn't disappear and the space here didn't stop. This reason should be the Green Wolf King. The Green Wolf King looked at Zi Qin and said coldly, "Human, what do you want?" "The vast sun, divine crystal," Zi Qin said. "My goal is the vast sun, divine crystal. You already have it," the Green Wolf King said coldly. "It was originally mine," Zi Qin said indifferently. Then he stood there and looked at the Green Wolf King. "You can't enter." The Green Wolf King looked at Zi Qin. There wasn't much emotion in his eyes. Someone said the same thing just now, but he died in the end. Zi-Chin smiled faintly. The battle beasts that originally came to fight for the vast sun, divine, crystal, stopped fighting at this moment. They were all very frightened. If this light shield was broken, they would all die. Zi-Chin and the Green Wolf King looked at each other silently. Zi-Chen's expression didn't change, and the Green Wolf King's expression didn't change. After a while, the Green Wolf King's eyes finally changed. He said, "I can give you the vast sun, divine crystal." As its voice fell beside it, vast sun divine crystals appeared in front of 5 green wolves, and they flew out of the light barrier. The vast sun divine crystal smoothly passed through the light shield and landed beside Zi-Chin. Looking at the 5 floating vast sun divine crystals, Zi-Chin slowly shook his head. The Green Wolf King's eyes flashed with anger. Then he turned his head again. Another 5 vast sun divine crystals appeared. Before the 5 vast sun divine crystals flew out, Zi-Chin shook his head again. After 5 vast sun divine crystals, 5 more appeared. When Ong-Wei saw this scene, his face was filled with shock. Clearly, Zi-Chin alone was enough to intimidate this group of battle beasts. Right now, facing Zi-Chen's strength, they could only choose to dodge time and time again. Looking at the 15 vast sun divine crystals in front of him, Zi-Chen's hand flashed and his saber was unsheathed once more. His calm expression slowly turned cold and stern. His voice was no longer calm. "Are you using these to buy your life? Then aren't you belittling yourselves too much? Since you don't even care about yourselves, then there's no need for me to care." After saying that, he slowly unsheathed his saber. A bright light shone from the saber. The Green Wolf King let out a low growl. Another 20 vast sun divine crystals appeared. These vast sun divine crystals were much larger than before. Zi-Chen's saber paused. He looked at the 35 vast sun divine crystals in front of him and then at the Green Wolf King. The Green Wolf King no longer backed down. "Forget it. Who asked me to be so soft-hearted?" Sheathing his saber, Zi-Chin waved his sleeves and kept the vast sun divine crystals. If he wasn't wrong, the Green Wolf King should still have about half of the vast sun divine crystals. Ong-Wei was speechless. If this was called benevolence, then there shouldn't be any bad people in this world. "I'm going to leave." Zi-Chin turned around and said to the Green Wolf King. A cold light flashed in the Green Wolf King's eyes. In front of Zi-Chin, space distorted and a tunnel appeared. Seeing this, Ong-Wei immediately ran toward them. If he didn't leave with Zi-Chin, what awaited him next would be death. "Hurry up." Zi-Chin looked at Ong-Wei and said with a smile. Ong-Wei quickly walked forward and was about to enter the tunnel. At the same time, Zi-Chin turned around and followed Ong-Wei. In the next instant, the two were about to leave. Right at this moment, a strong light suddenly erupted from Zi-Chen's body. This light contained pure law energy and spread out in all directions. At the same time, a powerful repulsive force followed behind the law energy. Chapter 2848. Such an unforeseen event not only stunned Ong-Wei, who was about to walk out of the passage, but also the war beasts hiding in the light shield in the distance. They were very worried that this human would go back on his word and attack them after taking the vast sun, divine crystal. After all, in their eyes, humans had always been greedy, cunning, selfish, and capricious. At this time, the cold, murderous intent in the human's eyes was much stronger than before, as if he was determined to kill. Previously, his eyes were not filled with such a dense killing intent that could not be dispersed. Soon, they realized that they had misunderstood the human in front of them. A black shadow appeared in the scattered ripples of the rules. This black shadow was retreating at this time, gradually revealing a human shape. There was a human here. These war beasts were extremely shocked. They didn't know how the other party had managed to survive the terrifying bombardment of the war beasts. When the light shadow retreated, the surrounding space began to distort. The 8 saber ancestors' tablets appeared, forming a saber domain. The misty light spread and enveloped the light shadow. How did you find me? In the saber ancestors' tablet, the 8th level celestial looked at Zi-chan in front of him with a horrified expression. Zi-chan walked forward, his expression becoming colder and colder. There were other war beasts here, and with the walls having ears, he naturally would not explain for the other. Not hearing the answer he wanted, the 8th level celestial's horrified face showed a touch of coldness. He said in a cold voice, "This is good. I can still kill you." His figure disappeared again, and he hit again. The light of the rules dispersed, and the others disappeared. Figure reappeared. On his cold face there was a touch of shock, and he said involuntarily, "How is this possible?" He began to retreat. After taking a step, his figure disappeared again. The light of the rules spread like ripples, and the 8th level celestials disappeared. Figure continued to appear. How is this possible? His face was full of disbelief, and his body kept retreating. But this time he would not disappear. He retreated again and again, but still appeared. There seemed to be an inexplicable force that suppressed his concealment technique. What kind of power is this? He asked in a deep voice, his face full of fear. Zi-chan certainly would not answer, and he moved forward step by step, looking at his opponent, who was clearly only at level 7. This level 8 expert revealed a look of fear on his face. He had been watching the battle earlier, so he knew how powerful the other party was. Now that he had lost his greatest reliance, how could he be a match for the other party? The closer Zi-chan got to him, the more fear he felt in his heart. In the end, this fear turned into killing intent. Die! With an angry roar, he rushed forward, and a black blade appeared in his hand. A black light flashed, illuminating the surroundings. The temperature in the saber domain plummeted. Seeing that his opponent had taken the initiative to attack, Zi-chen's eyes flashed coldly. A strong light burst forth from his body. His body was like a ray of light as he quickly rushed forward. The light of yin and yang flowed on the surface of his body. The golden light spread out, illuminating the surroundings and suppressing the black light. Shwa! The 2 rays of light met and instantly separated. The swirling golden light disappeared, and the black light that appeared between heaven and earth also dissipated in an instant. Zi-chen stood behind the level 8 expert, and the strong wind that blew past lifted a part of his robe and sent it flying backward. In his hand, the saber was in a sheathed state, as if it had never been unsheathed. The torn part of his robe fell on the cold-looking level 8. His cold expression froze, and a streak of dark red blood appeared on his neck. Bang! His body swayed, and finally he fell, his head separated from his body. Looking at the lifeless level 8 on the ground, fear appeared in the eyes of the battle beasts again. This level 7 was a little too powerful. In a head-on confrontation, he actually destroyed a level 8. Ao Wei, who had known Zi-chen's power for a long time, was also very shocked. He did not expect Zi-chen to have such a powerful technique in a head-on confrontation. Zi-chen turned around and walked forward. When he came in front of the level 8 opponent, he shot a ray of energy at him. In the next moment, the opponent's body was completely crystallized, and then a piece of Rule Shadow skin appeared. The Rule Shadow skin was faintly discernible, as if it could escape into the void and disappear at any time. This was a level 8 Rule Shadow skin. Zi-chen removed the Saber Ancestor's steel, and Ao Wei walked forward. When he saw the level 8 Rule Shadow skin, his expression changed, and he said involuntarily, "It's a level 8 Shadow Assassin. Is this person also here to snatch the Vast Sun Divine Crystal?" Zi-chen shook his head and said, "He should be coming for us." Coming for us? Ao Wei was shocked, and he could not believe it. To be precise, he's coming for me. Zi Chen's expression was still cold. Ao Wei thought of a possibility, and his expression changed. When Shadowless told Zi Chen everything about the rule Shadow Skin, Zi Chen guessed this possibility. During this time, he only needed to send Shadowless to investigate, and he would definitely be able to find some clues. The opponent had been following him for a long time. During this time, he tried to get rid of the opponent without leaving a trace, but it was useless. He took the Divine Space Ring from the Level 8's body, and after opening it, he found a jade plate in it. There were 2 flickering light spots on the jade plate, and the light spots marked the location of the 2. He's actually able to sense our location. Seeing this scene, Ao Wei's expression changed again. Is it done by that old man from the shop? Zi Chen nodded. Only the other party had such means. Ao Wei continued to ask, since we're being targeted, they might send more people over. Then what should we do now? Let's remove the Rule Shadow Skin's ownership seal first, and then increase our cultivation level. We'll talk about the rest later, Zi Chen said. He did not stay here for long and walked forward. Those battle beasts were already extremely frightened, worried that he would suddenly attack. Moreover, Zi Chen already felt that the light shield would not last for long and would disappear soon. As for what kind of battle would happen after he left, Zi Chen was not in the mood to care. This time he obtained a lot of resources and gained a lot, so he did not continue to attack. Instead, he chose to take the Vast Sun Divine Crystal and leave. Walking out of the passage, Zi Chen and Ao Wei reappeared in the 100,000 Mountains. This place was very far from the original place. This should be the Wolf King's intention. It seemed to be worried that he would change his mind after leaving and kill again. The Wolf King could control the light shield at will and open a place to leave. Obviously, it had absolute control over that place. This time, the Wolf King lured the nearby humans and battle beasts there. It did not seem to have good intentions. Zi Chen took out 2 pieces of Vast Sun Divine Crystal and handed it to Ao Wei, saying, "This is for you. Break through quickly." Ao Wei smiled, but only took 1 piece and said, "Thank you. 1 piece is enough for me to break through." The Vast Sun Divine Crystal was extraordinary. Even those level 8s would fight to the death for it. Moreover, there were only a few dozen pieces in total. It was obviously very important. Although it was only 1 piece, it was enough for Ao Wei to break through to level 8. Zi Chen did not refuse and kept the other piece. Now he could kill level 8s and was also confident to fight level 8s. However, his strength was still level 7 after all. This realm was indeed a little low. Although he knew that he was being schemed against by that old man, he did not dare to go back and cause trouble. The most important thing now was to break through again. As long as he reached level 8, his combat strength would increase again. Walking in this area, he would obviously have more confidence. The 2 entered a canyon. After easily killing the battle beasts in the canyon, they found a relatively safe place and began to refine the Vast Sun Divine Crystal. The Vast Sun Divine Crystal was not large in size, but the power of the rules contained in it was extremely pure and rich, and its level was also very high. Wisps of energy entered Zi Chen's sea of consciousness. He was quietly refining the power of the rules. While refining, he was also comprehending. At the same time in Zi Chen's world, his doppelganger was still using the rule crystal to comprehend the 8th Saber Ancestor Tablet's Saber Essence. As long as he comprehended the 8th Saber Essence, his realm could break through again and reach level 8. At this time, with the rule of the Vast Sun Divine Crystal, his cultivation was also twice the result with half the effort. Time passed. In the innumerable huge mountains, many level 8s and many battle beasts were lost, but did not cause a sensation in this area. The innumerable huge mountains was too big, and there were too many powerhouses here, so it was not a big deal to lose some. It would not be long before those areas without battle beasts would be repopulated by other battle beasts, and at the same time, other humans would come here. outside the canyon where Zi, Chen, and Ong Wei were. Shadowless was in charge of guarding everything. Once there was danger, he would inform the two in advance. The rules in the vast sun divine crystal were unimaginably huge. Even with Zi Chen's refining speed, he could not completely refine it in a short time. Moreover, the rules in it allowed him to make great progress. In the blink of an eye, another 10 years passed, and Zi Chen finally succeeded in refining a piece of vast sun, divine crystal. His comprehension of the law was not just a little bit stronger than 10 years ago. With a flash of brilliance, he disappeared from the spot. In his world, the doppelganger who was comprehending the Saber Ancestor tablet also disappeared one by one. Zi Chen stood in front of the 8th Saber Ancestor tablet and looked up at the towering Saber Ancestor tablet in front of him. One saber essence after another swept through his sea of consciousness. With a slight tremor, a saber essence emerged from the surface of his body. This was a general level saber essence. After it appeared, the saber essence rotated around his body. Then the second saber essence appeared, one after another. These saber essences that surrounded Zi Chen's body stopped at the 7th saber essence. 7 saber essences rotated around his body, and a powerful aura belonging to level 7 erupted from his body. At this moment, his aura had reached the peak of level 7, infinitely close to level 8. Zi Chen's eyes stared straight ahead, and the power of the rules he comprehended gathered in his sea of consciousness. Condense. With a shout, the laws he had comprehended converged into a new saber intent. The 8th saber essence was formed. Chapter 2849. 8 saber intents circled around Zi Chen's body, and a powerful aura was released from his body. Ancestor General Level 8. After being in this world for so many years, he finally broke through again with the help of the vast sun, divine crystal, becoming a powerful existence equivalent to a level 8 general of the God clan. His world was changing once again. This was a new metamorphosis. Feeling the changes in his body, Zi Chen was very satisfied. This breakthrough was of great significance to him. He, who was already extraordinary, was confident that he could defeat all the divine generals, including level 9 ones. Of course, the premise was that he would not encounter a divine general. After all, those ranked divine generals were the elites selected from the entire divine realm. There were countless divine generals in the divine realm, but only 108 of them stood out. Every one of them had extremely unique techniques and were fully deserving of being called the strongest. With a breakthrough, the world would change. It would not be long before his divine avatar would break through as well. Zi Chen began to count his gains from last time. He had not checked the spatial spirit rings of the dead God clan and Sky clan members. Today was a good time to do so. Ong Wei had not broken through yet, so Zi Chen had to continue waiting here. Each of the spatial spirit rings he obtained had a lot of resources in them. These resources added up were far more than what Zi Chen had obtained in the past few decades, or even many times more. At the same time, these resources were much more than what he had taken out last time. When he returned this time, his token would be upgraded to level 5. This way, he could buy twice the normal amount of resources at a 50% discount. There were beast bone weapons, half-beastmen, green wolves, and other resources. In the end, there were so many resources that Zi Chen couldn't be bothered to count them. He just took out the tokens and put them together so that he could exchange them for other resources. Time passed as he waited. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. A level 8 aura erupted from the outside world. Ong Wei had finally broken through. Zi Chen's figure flashed and arrived outside. Ong Wei's face was filled with excitement. Level 8 aura circulated around his body. In front of him, there was still less than half of the vast sun, divine, crystal left. Chen was very surprised that Yi Fuqian had broken through to the next realm before he had finished refining it. At the same time, this could also prove the might of the vast sun divine crystal. This aura spread out without the slightest bit of suppression. It swept past the nearby mountains and spread out into the distance. Beastly roars rang out one after another. The nearby beasts had sensed this aura and were rushing over. Ha! Seeing those battle beasts, Ao Wei laughed out loud. His figure flashed, and he shot toward the sky. When he reached the sky, his figure disappeared into thin air. Chen watched this scene quietly from below. When he was at level 7, Ong Wei had the ability to kill level 8 warriors. His combat strength was definitely one of the best among the Black Order warriors. Now that he had broken through again, his combat strength was obviously stronger. Puff! 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 Above the dome of heaven, bloody light burst forth as those battle beasts descended from the sky. Like a ghost, Ong Wei appeared beside them and killed them with a single blow. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen battle beasts were killed. The remaining battle beasts fled in fear when they saw the slaughter. Ong Wei did not chase after them. His laughter echoed in the wilderness. After a while, Ong Wei landed and put away his spoils. He came to Chen and said, "Thank you for this time." Chen smiled and said, "You don't have to be so polite with me." Ong Wei nodded and asked, "Where are we going next? Are we still going to train here?" Chen shook his head and said, "No, let's go back to the trading city to trade first." "Trade?" Ong Wei was stunned. "I've gained a lot this time, but it's useless to have so many tokens. I plan to keep some tokens for promotion and exchange the rest for resources," Chen said. "I forgot that you have a big family to take care of." Ong Wei smiled and said, "Then let's go back. But what if that old man in the shop wants to do something to us again?" Chen showed a mysterious smile on his face. "I'm afraid that he'll be honest." Ong Wei did not understand what he meant. The two began to return. Unlike when they came, they walked carefully on the ground. This time, they left directly in the air. Roar! Roar! Angry roars sounded one after another. One after another, the battle beasts soared into the sky. Ong Wei stood there without moving. Divine light flashed beside Chen. The heavenly needle appeared. The needle turned into a stream of light and flew toward those battle beasts. Puff! 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 The battle beasts died one after another. After they died, before their bodies fell to the ground, rays of energy light flowed out from Chen's body and wrapped around their bodies, bringing them back. They went forward and killed all the way. The angry roars gradually turned into frightened roars, causing a great commotion. Some of the experts who were cultivating in the 100,000 mountains noticed the scene in the sky, and their faces were filled with shock. Even if they recognized that it was the heavenly needle, the most precious treasure of the God clan. Even if it was a replica, it was still a rare treasure. However, no one dared to come forward to snatch it. "It seems that your move has completely shocked them," Ong Wei said with a smile in the air. Chen said, "It's not shocking, but they know their own strength. At the very least, they don't have the combat power to fly freely in the air like we do. It was naturally very ostentatious to rush forward like this, but no one dared to rush up and look for trouble. When they came here, they spent more than 10 years. During this period, they walked and stopped, mainly to train. When they returned, they sped up and flew all the way. It only took them a few months to leave the 100,000 mountains. During this period, they did meet a few people who were not afraid of death. They teamed up to fight for the treasure, but they all died. It took them several months to walk out of the 100,000 mountains. Looking at the flat ground in front of them, Chen was in a good mood. It had been a long time since he saw such a thing. In the 100,000 mountains, there were only mountains. After staying for a long time, it was natural to feel depressed. The two continued to move forward. Their goal was the trade city. This place was as lively as it was decades ago. It was even livelier than before. In the past few decades, although many war generals had died in battle, many more had come. Compared to other places, this place could indeed help people advance quickly, but it was also very dangerous. After handing over their tokens, the two entered the city directly. Then they went to the square and used the black tokens to collect resources. Zi Qin and Ong Wei's appearance did not attract much attention. After all, they were only level 8, and there were too many level 8 people here. In the shop where Zi Qin had traded before, the old man sensed their presence after Zi Qin entered the city. He frowned. How could this be? Did I miss it? He only sensed the aura of 2 level 7 laws, but he did not sense any level 8 aura. Under special observation, he naturally saw that the two of them had broken through to the next level. In just a few decades, they had broken through to the next level one after another. Obviously, they had encountered an opportunity. Before confirming the level 8's fate, the old man did not take any further action. Zi Qin exchanged a lot of resources at the square and almost used up all the tokens of his faction. Then, the two of them stayed in the city for 3 days. Zi Qin, what do you plan to do next? Ong Wei looked at Zi Qin. Tomorrow I'll exchange for some resources and try to break through again. Zi Qin said, although the vast Sun Divine Crystal is a good thing, it's best to use it when you reach the limit of your realm. Otherwise, it'll be a waste. Ong Wei smiled and said, you'd rather use poor resources for yourself and leave good resources for your friends. Speaking of which, it's really lucky to be your friend. Zi Qin also joked, you're also my friend, but why don't I feel lucky from you? Ong Wei said, I'm already very lucky to reach level 8 so quickly. Let's go and exchange for resources first. Zi Qin walked forward. Isn't there a shop here? Where are you going to exchange for resources? Ong Wei asked in surprise. Of course, I'm going to an acquaintance's place. Zi Qin smiled, but his smile was somewhat strange. After entering the shop again, Zi Qin saw the old man behind the counter. The old man raised his head and looked at Zi Qin. He smiled and said, it's you. Yes, senior. I'm going to exchange for some resources this time. Zi Qin was still polite. Oh, you've already broken through? It's only been a few decades. That's quite fast, the old man said with a smile. Thank you for your help, senior, Zi Qin said. The following exchange went smoothly. Zi Qin and Ong Wei exchanged for some resources for level 8 divine generals. The old man didn't give a high price. Seeing the two leave, the old man frowned again. He's not back yet. Did he fail? But why can't I feel the level 8 shadow skin? Or is he delayed by something else? Zi Qin and Ong Wei walked on the street. After a while, Shadowless caught up and said, that's right. He sent out that level 8 divine generals. Zi Qin had already guessed it before. This time he just confirmed it again. A terrifying aura suddenly swept in from outside the city. It was like a huge storm. Sensing this powerful aura, the expressions of the experts changed. They immediately flew into the air. Through the light barrier, they saw some white fog outside the city. This white fog was spreading in their direction. It's coming from the fog forest. Some experts cried out in alarm. Fog shadows lived in the poison fog forest. They were the rulers of the forest. Until now, no expert had been able to cross the fog forest. But today, the expansion of the poison fog forest was very puzzling. Help, help. I know the secret of the fog shadows. I also know how to kill them. Help. There's a spirit shadow fruit in the depths. After eating it, you can break through to the next level. You can also see and kill the fog shadows. At this moment, a terrified cry for help came from the misty forest. Immediately after, a Tian clan staggered out of the poison fog forest. As he ran, he screamed in fear. At this moment, A white fog appeared behind him and turned into a fog shadow. Whoosh! A sharp light flashed. The head of the level 8 divine race expert left his body and rolled into the distance. After flying a few meters, the headless body fell to the ground. He was dead. Chapter 2850. The thick fog was still rolling, and the city was completely silent. The level 8 expert who had asked for help earlier was already dead. The misty shadow didn't take his body away, and no one came forward. His words echoed in everyone's mind. The shadow spirit fruit. Break through. Kill the misty shadow. These words combined to form a fatal temptation, tempting all the experts here. The misty shadow had always been the greatest opportunity here. Killing them and refining the Law Shadow skin was equivalent to killing dozens of experts of the same level. Last time, a level 8 Law Shadow skin was sold for 50 level 8 black tokens. It was obvious how valuable it was. Moreover, there were secrets that all the experts wanted to find out and control. So far, no one had succeeded. Now that this voice sounded, it was equivalent to lighting up a beacon for everyone. As long as they followed this beacon, they would succeed. Of course, this path might be full of thorns and dangers, but the experts who could reach this level had all experienced life and death situations. They weren't afraid of danger. The silence in the city only lasted for a short while. Then there was a huge commotion. Many experts immediately flew towards the plaza to purchase the divine spiritual pills. God, spiritual pills were life-saving items at critical moments. Buying these pills at this time was obvious. The people selling pills in the plaza were stunned for a short while. Then they immediately waved their sleeves, packed up their shops, and left. Originally, these pills weren't easy to sell. Very few people bought them. Now that there were people buying them, they didn't want to sell them. The poison fog forest was extremely dangerous, but it also meant that there were great rewards and opportunities. Even they wanted to try their luck. There were no God spiritual pills to buy here. Those people went to the shops. It was obvious that they were going to buy God spiritual pills. Without a doubt, those God spiritual pills were expensive. Seeing the bustling city, Zi Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately flew toward the plaza. What are you going to do? Ong Wei followed behind Zi Chen. Zi Chen said, sell God spiritual pills. This was a business opportunity. He naturally couldn't miss it. He killed many experts last time and found a certain number of God's spiritual pills. Now was the time to sell them. Most importantly, he was very satisfied with the price. In any case, he didn't need too many God's spiritual pills. The tokens he exchanged for could be exchanged for even more pills in the future. Occupying an empty space, Zi Chen laid out some God's spiritual pills and shouted, selling God's spiritual pills at a fair price. Of course, this so-called fair price was only slightly cheaper than those shops that had raised their prices. However, Zi Chen's price was indeed fair in a situation where the supply of God's spiritual pills could not meet the demand. Very soon, all the divine spiritual pills that he had taken out were swept clean, and their prices were 80% higher than normal. Aren't you going to take a look? Looking at Zi Chen, who was happily counting his loot, Aegis asked. Zi Chen turned around and looked at the sky outside the city. The poisonous fog still hadn't dissipated. He wondered if it was the fog shadow's demonstration to the city. Go, of course we're going. After returning to the city of trade, Zi Chen planned to go to the poison fog forest. He was very interested in those fog shadows. Even if there was no unforeseen event, he would still go, not to mention such an unforeseen event. The spirit shadow fruit was related to his advancement. He wanted to obtain it. As for the method to kill the fog shadow, he didn't want others to obtain it. Without the God spiritual pills, the others immediately left, leaving only the two of them in the plaza. When the two of them left the plaza, they heard a series of shouts. Team up! Team up and enter the poison fog forest. Level 8 team up. Only level 8. Level 9 team up. Join the team quickly." Hearing these shouts, Zichen smiled. Sure enough, everyone was on guard against the poison fog forest. In a short period of time, large teams appeared one after another. "Should we join a team?" Aegis looked at Zichen. Zichen smiled and said, "Do you think any team will want us?" At this moment, the teams were very tacitly divided into two camps. The Sky Race and the God Race were in one camp. Although the two sides wouldn't fight each other, it was impossible for different camps to form a team because they didn't trust each other. Zichen and Aegis were in the God Race's camp and the Sky Race's camp. Under these circumstances, it didn't seem appropriate for them to join either camp. Aegis looked around and said with a wry smile, "That's true. Let's go." Actually, even if they formed a team, they wouldn't necessarily trust each other. After all, they didn't know each other. They just wanted to take care of each other and give each other some psychological comfort. The two of them immediately walked out of the city. "Little brother, aren't you forming a team? Why don't you join our team?" A voice suddenly rang out. Zichen turned around and saw a level 8 God Race looking at him. Beside him were a dozen other God Race members. "There are two of us," Zichen said. "Don't worry. More people means more power." The level 8 God Race member smiled and said, "I'm Clay." Zichen said, then looked at Aegis. Aegis. Clearly, he agreed to form a team with the other party. "It's rare to see a team like yours here." Clay and the others walked over. Zichen said, "Aegis saved me once. That's why we've been forming a team." Clay said in surprise, "Oh, that's even rarer." The few people beside Clay also looked at Ong Wei with strange expressions on their faces. Aegis didn't explain. Zichen's words were enough to explain some things. "Let's hurry up and set off." "Many teams have already entered," Clay said. "Aren't you recruiting anymore?" Aegis asked doubtfully. "We're not recruiting anymore. Actually, we've already stopped recruiting before. We only invited you because we saw the two of you as a strange team." Clay said, "I don't think the same as them. Compared to those people like you are more trustworthy." "Thank you." Zichen and Aegis immediately thanked him. The group walked out of the city. Clay's team had 15 people, including Zichen and Aegis. They had 17 people. As they walked out of the city, Clay said, "The team doesn't have any rules. There's also no distribution because we might not be able to reach the depths. If it's too dangerous midway, we might have to turn back. Of course, if we reach the depths, we'll split the loot equally." Zichen and Aegis nodded. This was fair. The others didn't react. Clearly, they already knew this. Noises came from all around. The other teams started to move out. "If we can really find a way to kill the Misty Shadow, we'll make a fortune. I believe that if we bring back the resources, it'll definitely cause a sensation," Clay said with a hint of longing. The others' expressions also changed. Zichen didn't say anything. Aegis was very excited. Their group and the other teams quickly reached the outside of the city. At this time, the poisonous fog didn't disperse. Instead, it became thicker and started to envelop the city. Clay and the others lit up. Zichen and Aegis also raised a light shield. The fog was poisonous and the poison was very strong. This time, almost all the experts in the city have set off. I believe that we'll definitely be able to find the Misty Shadow's secret. Clay, whose body was surrounded by divine light, was very confident. Zichen thought of a possibility. So many experts had entered the poisonous fog forest. What if they all died? How great would the loss be to this area? Or how many resources would they get? Or was this a conspiracy? A conspiracy similar to the one they had done outside? Although the possibility wasn't high, Zichen couldn't help but be vigilant. Once they entered the poisonous fog forest, energy would have to revolve around their bodies. The consumption would continue. The usual outer area was now covered by the dense poisonous fog. As the energy shield came into contact with the poisonous fog, the consumption of energy increased slightly. As expected, it's going to be difficult. Clay's expression became serious. Light flashed, and a divine crystal appeared in his hand. He said, "Before this, we must ensure that we have enough energy. Don't waste it." The others took out their divine crystals. Zi-Chen and Aegis also took out their divine crystals. At this moment, shouts came from the depths of the forest. A battle had broken out. "We've just arrived, and we've already encountered danger. Everyone be careful." Clay reminded them again. The battle cries coming from the depths soon stopped. It was unknown whether Misty Shadow was killed or whether the entire team was wiped out. In several other places, shouts of killing could be heard one after another. Powerful energy fluctuations shook the area, and the thick fog around them became unstable. As the thick fog churned, a sharp blade silently appeared. "Die!" A shout came from the side. It was a brawny man with a divine axe. He slashed forward with his axe. The divine axe fell. Divine light curled around it, and the thick fog parted. The sharp blade dissipated along with the fog shadow behind it. Boom! The axe light landed on the ground, and the earth trembled. Soil flew everywhere, and a huge crack extended forward. A powerful aura circulated, and the thick fog in the surroundings rolled violently. The fog was very thick, and it was impossible to disperse. It was like a thick layer of clouds. Everyone's consumption was even greater. The thick fog around Zi-Chen churned violently, and a sharp blade quickly appeared behind him. Chi! The sharp blade slashed through his body, and Zi-Chen's body disappeared. Zi-Chen was standing a few meters away. There was a hole in his black robe. "Are you okay?" Ong Wei looked at Zi-Chen worriedly. Zi-Chen shook his head and said, "I'm fine." They seemed to be even scarier than the ones in the periphery. "Is this little brother's first time here?" "The fog here is one level higher than the outside world. Outside it was level 7, but here it is level 8. Clay said, "You must be careful, or else you will only die if you are attacked." However, some people have already found some patterns. For example, when the fog is rolling or in dense areas, they will immediately take action. As he spoke, rays of divine light circulated around Clay's body. These rays of divine light formed numerous sharp blades that shot out in all directions. The thick fog around them was being cut apart, and a sizzling sound could be heard continuously. This method was indeed somewhat effective, but it would consume a lot of energy during this period of time. Furthermore, the speed of advancement would obviously be hindered, and it would even increase the distance between the team. Chapter 28:51. Zi-Chen wanted to warn Ong Wei, but it was already too late. The misty shadow was very fast. By the time they noticed it, his attack had already landed. Ong Wei's body disappeared into thin air. The poisonous fog around him churned violently, and he reappeared several feet away. He was missing an arm, and fresh blood flowed out of the wound. Cold sweat appeared on his forehead, and a trace of fear appeared in his eyes. It was just an injury, but it was not fatal. Zi-Chen heaved a sigh of relief. "Everyone be careful!" Clay reminded them again. Rays of sharp light shot out from his body, cutting through the poisonous fog around them. The poisonous fog was still churning, and it was pierced through by the attacks again and again. Ong Wei's body glowed, and a new arm grew out of his wound. He walked toward Zi-Chen, his face pale, as if he had been seriously injured. Zi-Chen looked at him in confusion. If he had only lost an arm, he shouldn't be so weak. "It's poisonous. It can corrode life," Ong Wei explained. His pale face still hadn't recovered. "This place is more dangerous than we thought." Zi-Chen nodded and said, "Then be careful." The group moved forward again, full of vigilance, and slowed down. Zi-Chen followed suit, shooting out rays of energy. He had seen the real misty shadow before, and he didn't think this would be effective. Reality was the opposite of Zi Chen's guess. Not only was this effective, it was extremely effective. For the rest of their journey, they didn't suffer any more attacks from the misty shadow. In other places, one could occasionally hear the sound of violent energy, but it would soon disappear. They didn't know if they were also using this method. In the end, all the experts in the poisonous fog forest had sharp energy blades shooting out of their bodies. They pierced through the thick fog around them, and the sound of ripping could be heard. This method brought safety, but it also consumed a lot of energy. Everyone held a crystal in their hands, and they absorbed the energy from the crystal. Zi Qin did the same. Up until now, he had been acting like everyone else. He wasn't too special, but he wasn't too ordinary either. They kept going deeper. Strangely enough, they hadn't encountered any danger. Everyone was very happy. They believed that this method was indeed useful. With this, they could use this method to enter the depths. However, Zi Qin didn't think so. The misty shadow was formless, and these attacks couldn't affect them at all. But why didn't he appear? Shadowless walked out of the fog like a shadow. He looked at Zi Qin and said, "There's no swamp ahead either." Without a swamp, there would naturally be no giant crocodiles. This seemed a little strange. It seems that this method is indeed effective. The brawny man with the divine axe said. The others nodded in agreement. Zi Chen remained silent. He was getting more and more confused. I wonder if we'll be able to reach the depths like this. Maybe. As they moved forward, the people who were on guard gradually began to chat and relax. Slowly, Zi Chen noticed that the thick fog around him had thinned out. It was no longer as thick as before, just like when he had just entered. The others also noticed this anomaly, and their expressions gradually changed. Could it be that the misty shadows have retreated? Such a guess appeared in the group. Everyone turned their heads and looked around. The poisonous fog around them was getting thinner and thinner. They were sure of this guess. Some of the bolder ones no longer released sharp blade lights. After moving forward for a while, they indeed didn't encounter any attacks. It's very simple. Where there is thick fog, there will be misty shadows. Where there isn't, there isn't. A skinny level 8 god clan member said confidently. The others nodded in agreement again. Then they removed their energy blades. As they moved forward, they indeed didn't encounter any danger. Time passed day by day. Everyone was getting more relaxed. At the same time, they were getting happier. Sometimes, when two groups from different factions met, everyone would look at each other and smile. Then they would give way. So far, there had been no infighting. This was because everyone knew that they hadn't encountered any misty shadows yet, because they were all gathered in the core. When that time came, there would definitely be a fierce battle. If a battle broke out at this time, not only would there be no benefits, it would also cause the number of people to decrease. They didn't need to eat or drink. There was no distinction between day and night here. Everyone kept moving forward without stopping. They walked for several months. The area that was once filled with danger was now unobstructed. Zi Chen noticed that the number of people they met was increasing. It seemed that the speed of those groups was also slowing down. After another 3 days, everyone had reached the depths. An extremely rare open area appeared in front of them. There was no poisonous fog there, and there was a rare ray of sunlight. At this time, many groups were gathered in this open area. Clay led everyone forward. Soon, a God Clan member came forward to negotiate with Clay. During this time, the God Clan member's gaze swept over Ongwei. It seemed that he was surprised that there was a divine clan member in the God Clan's camp. There won't be trouble, right? Ongwei noticed the God Clan member's expression. There will definitely be trouble, but this trouble isn't you. Zi Chen's eyes looked forward. At the end of this open area, the poisonous fog reappeared. The poisonous fog was so thick that it couldn't be dispersed. One couldn't see beyond 10 meters. According to everyone's guess, there should be many misty shadows in the poisonous fog. Obviously, this was the reason why everyone had stopped here. At this time, Clay finished negotiating with the God clan member. The God clan member turned around and left. Clay walked over and said, "We still have to wait here for a few more days. After all the groups have arrived, we'll join hands and enter the depths." Clay pointed at the poisonous fog and said, "If my guess is correct, we'll reach the core after another 10 kilometers. The spirit shadow fruit is 10 kilometers away from us. However, we have to be careful. The misty shadows will be our greatest threat." Not only was there the spirit shadow fruit in the depths, but there was also the secret to killing the misty shadows. It was a great opportunity. It could be said that if they could obtain this opportunity, the value they would create would be unimaginable. After waiting for another 7 days, almost all the groups had arrived. Afterwards, the groups of the two camps were divided according to the number of people they had. The reason why they entered at the same time was to fill up the gaps with people and catch the misty shadows unprepared. On the 8th day of Zi Chen's arrival, the groups began to advance. Around the divine generals at the very front, sharp blade lights appeared one after another. These lights floated around them and then began to rotate. Whoosh! Under the high-speed rotation, the sound of air being torn apart could be heard. The first group of divine generals entered the dense fog. In another direction, there were many celestials who had entered as well. The dense fog was cut apart by the rapidly rotating blades, constantly tumbling. After the first group of experts entered, the second group followed. Before the dense fog could recover, they began to cut it apart again, faster and faster. Then the third group, the fourth group, and so on. Zi Chen and Ong Wei were the third group to enter. Facing this situation, the two of them didn't dare to hold back. Energy crazily surged, bringing with it an extremely sharp sound of air being torn apart. Then one person after another went in. The dense fog was rapidly cut apart, constantly tumbling and then dimming. At this moment, Zi Chen and Ong Wei were not only on guard against the dense fog, they were also on guard against the people in the group. Because just now, these people had protected them. Aside from the sound of air being torn apart, no battle had occurred. This situation persisted for an hour, but no misty figure appeared. Just when everyone heaved a sigh of relief, thinking that this method had worked, the dense fog around them began to tumble violently. Then, a terrifying aura began to circulate. Amidst the circulating aura, misty shadows appeared one after another, followed by sharp blades that tore through the air. Pooh! 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 At this moment, no less than 10 experts were hit. The powerful aura surged wildly, abnormally terrifying. They all took advantage of the gaps between the sharp blades to launch their attacks. After a successful attack, their bodies directly dissipated. Looking at the two people beside him who had fallen, Zi Chen truly felt the power and terror of the misty shadows. Such an existence was truly a killing machine. It was even more terrifying than those assassins. "Be careful, there's a misty shadow." Cries of alarm came from all around. Following these cries, one attack after another appeared, and even more misty shadows appeared. Many experts launched a counterattack, but their attacks couldn't harm the misty shadows at all. On the contrary, they would be killed by the misty shadows. "Go directly into the depths!" Clay shouted, and the team immediately moved forward. During this time, several people came up and protected the two of them. At this moment, no one cared about the camp or the team. They just continued to charge forward, trying to rush into the depths and obtain the secret to killing the misty shadows. More misty shadows appeared. They were like mysterious hunters, watching the prey that was rushing into the depths. Pooh! Pooh! The sound of weapons cutting into flesh continued to ring out, and experts fell one after another. After they died, the originally solid ground became soft, and a small swamp appeared. Their corpses sank into the swamp. This scene happened in every place where there were corpses. Until now, no one had been able to kill the misty shadows. Go quickly! Clay shouted. The team that originally had 17 people was now left with 13 people, and 4 of them had already been killed. The screams that kept ringing in his ears made Clay even more nervous. Pooh! Pooh! 2 more people fell beside him. Clay suddenly found an open area, and as if he had seen his savior, he shouted, "Let's go there first!" Everyone quickly rushed to the open area, and then once again moved forward, protecting Zi-Chin and Ong-Wei in the middle. The poisonous mist around them rolled. Clay looked at Zi-Chin and no longer cared about hiding, and said coldly, "Hurry up and hand over the method to kill the misty shadows." Chapter 2852. Although he already knew that these people were up to no good, Ong-Wei was still stunned when he heard Clay's words. He didn't expect the other party to be so direct without any intention of beating around the bush. However, the current situation was indeed dangerous, and Clay was obviously anxious. The remaining people's expressions were extremely cold. Obviously, they already knew that Zi-Chin had a secret. It could even be said that the divine generals in this team were all acquaintances, and they all came from that shop. Clearly, they deliberately asked Zi-Chin to join the team. The situation is urgent now, and I don't want to play games with you. Hand over the method to kill Shadow Mist, or you'll die. Clay said coldly with a cold glint in his eyes. Zi-Chin smiled bitterly and said, "If I had the method to kill Shadow Mist, would I team up with you? Wouldn't I go in by myself?" Clay said coldly, "My time is limited. Either hand over the method or die." The thick fog around them rolled, and screams could be heard from time to time. Experts were killed every moment. They were in a unique open area, and the surging thick fog didn't reach them. They had already surrounded the 2 of them, and their eyes flashed with cold glints. It seemed that they were going to attack at any moment. "Rise!" Zi-Chin, who was smiling bitterly, suddenly shouted and grabbed Ong-Wei to fly into the sky. "Wanna leave?" Clay's eyes flashed with a cold glint, and he flew into the sky. The ground rolled, and the soil was swept up like hidden weapons, breaking through the air. Powerful auras surged up one after another, and strong winds whistled. Screams rang out as the divine generals who had followed Zi-Chin into the sky fell to the ground. Below them, one after another, giant crocodiles launched a surprise attack. The originally solid ground had now turned into a swamp. Zi-Chin and Ong-Wei successfully flew into the sky. Clay reacted quickly and dodged the attack. There were 2 other divine generals, and one of them was holding a battle axe. He swung his axe, and the axe light went straight for Zi-Chin. "Let's go!" Zi-Chin pulled Ong-Wei, and his figure flashed quickly, leaving behind an afterimage as he rushed into the poisonous fog. His instantaneous burst of speed was much faster than the others. Chase! The 3 of them did not hesitate and immediately rushed into the poisonous fog. Zi-Chin didn't attack Clay and the others. Without using his full strength, he would still be in danger. After moving forward for a while, he quickly landed on the ground. At the same time, 8 Saber Ancestor steels appeared. Zi-Chin had already reached level 8 and had comprehended 8 general-level Saber intents. He was able to display his Saber domain to its strongest state. After the domain appeared, the 2 of them entered it and stopped advancing. Looking at the poisonous fog that was still rolling around him, Ong-Wei was very confused. "Why did you stop?" "Wait a moment." Shadowless had already entered the depths to investigate. He always felt that this matter was strange. "But this won't make us safe," Ong-Wei said as he looked at the poisonous fog in his domain. "Won't." Zi-Chin nodded. A moment later, the power of laws spread out from his body. Wherever the power of laws passed, the surrounding poisonous fog immediately thinned out. At the same time, some of the poisonous fog also became clearer. Ong Wei's expression changed. Soon, their expressions changed drastically, and disbelief filled their faces. That was because when the light of the rule of law swept past, the invisible mist actually all appeared. Swoosh! Zi Chen's figure disappeared from where he was. When he reappeared, he was already next to a mist shadow and slashed it with his saber. Poof! The mist shadow fell to the ground. More poisonous fog spewed out from its body, turning into a complete rule shadow skin. Seeing this, Ong Wei was almost petrified. When the other mist shadows in the domain saw this, they all retreated in horror. They were blocked by the Saber Domain's barrier and could not leave. Zi Chen's figure flashed as if he had teleported. Poof! 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 One mist shadow after another fell, their bodies turning into rule shadow skins. Ong Wei was stunned, unable to say a word for a long time. The mist shadow was the biggest secret in this area. Both the Celestial Camp and the Protoss Camp wanted to obtain this secret and control it at the same time. The first time he saw the refined rule shadow skin was when Zi Chen killed that level 7. The second time he saw the complete rule shadow skin was when Zi Chen made a deal. This was the third time he saw the rule shadow skin. It was also the first time he saw the mist shadow being killed. This was the biggest secret, and he actually knew about it. Zi Chen did not treat him as an outsider and shared this secret with him. Because of this, he was even more shocked. At first, he was curious about the rule shadow skin on Zi Chen, but he thought that it was just a coincidence. After all, over the years, there were still some people who could get the rule shadow skin by coincidence. However, seeing Zi Chen make a move today, it was obviously not a coincidence. Zi Chen put away the rule shadow skin on the ground and walked toward Ong Wei. The saber domain around them began to shrink, and there was no more poisonous fog in the domain. Ong Wei was stunned, still motionless. He only came back to his senses when Zi Chen patted him on the shoulder. He looked at Zi Chen very surprised. He wanted to say something, but he did not know how to start. Zi Chen smiled faintly and said, "The reason why I teamed up is to confirm their identities. Only then can I make some decisions. After all, I need resources." Ong Wei did not understand and asked, "What do we do now?" Zi Chen said, "Wait." "Wait?" Ong Wei was puzzled. "Let's see what's going on," Zi Chen said in a low voice. Then he looked down and could still see that the human-shaped crystals were slowly disappearing from the bottom of the pool. These crystals were pierced by the growing roots and spread all over the ground, so they rely on these human-shaped crystals to grow. At this moment, whether or not these small trees would bear fruit, or if the fruit they bore was the Shadow Spirit fruit, Shadowless was very sure that this was a conspiracy. This was a conspiracy of the misty shadows against all the powerhouses here. These small trees grew quickly, and more branches split, and on these branches, flower buds appeared one after another. The flower buds expanded and then bloomed, and a fragrance spreading into the distance. Shadowless noticed that the human-shaped crystals underground were being consumed at a rapid rate. "I smell flowers. It must be the Shadow Spirit fruit. Hurry, we're getting closer and closer to the Shadow Spirit fruit. If we rush over, we can get the Misty Shadow's secret." Shadowless heard a series of excited shouts. He shook his head and turned to leave. The Shadow Spirit fruit still hadn't appeared, but he believed that it wouldn't be long before it bore fruit, because many people came to die. With these human-shaped crystals, the Shadow Spirit fruit would be able to mature. He went back the way he came to find Zi Chen. You're tuning in to the Thunder Spear YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.